Hello, friends and enemies. Give me just a moment. I'm sorry I'm late, and I'm sorry I'm playing Genshin. I will be playing Project Eve X next week. Hang on. I forgot today was the day that the House investigation was happening into the what's going on, or rather what happened on January 6th. Before questions are asked, okay. And I got caught up in listening to the testimonies.
Thank you very much for your testimony, and I don't think there's any question you have our commitment that we will do just that as a committee. I now recognize Officer Hodges to summarize his testimony.
So here's where I left off.
Good morning to the committee, members of the press, and to the country.
I'm gonna do my dailies.
Members of the committee, I'd like to thank you for your invitation today to provide my
Then we'll have a story quest
of my
available.
knowledge and experiences for January 6th, 2021. As the chairman mentioned, I'm a member of Civil Disturbance Unit 42 and is working in that capacity on the day in question.
But yeah, I'm sorry I'm not playing
We started that day at 7:30 a.m.
Project Diva.
and our assignment at the time was to maintain high visibility along Constitution Avenue, namely the blocks leading up to
Had I woken
President's
up
Park,
earlier, I would have done
where
my
then
homework
President
first
Donald
thing, but
Trump was holding his
I
gathering.
didn't. So I have to
My particular station was in front of 1111 Constitution Avenue,
reassess.
where I stood on foot as the crowd poured down the street
So
and
I'm
into
gonna
the
be
park.
keeping my little one from eating my
There were a
bedding.
significant number of men dressed in tactical gear attending the gathering,
Good girl.
wearing ballistic vests, helmets, goggles, military face masks, backpacks, and without identifiable visible law enforcement or military patches. They appeared to be prepared for much more than listening to politicians speak in a park. Two of my colleagues were approached by a group of 3 to 4 of such men. They were white men in good shape with load-bearing vests equipped with molly pouches. They were wearing BDUs or battle-dress uniform pants, tactical boots, black sunglasses, and short haircuts. They had radios, and one was equipped with an earpiece. After a bit of small talk, one of them asked my colleague something to the effect of, "Is this all the manpower you have? Do you really think you're going to be able to stop all these people?" Dumbfounded, my colleague simply expressed they didn't understand what the speaker meant, and the group continued on. As the day went on, and speakers in the park said their piece, I monitored the crowd on the radio. Over the radio, I heard our gun recovery unit working constantly, monitoring those in the crowd suspected of carrying firearms, making arrests and seizures when possible. Multiple gun arrests were made from January 5th through the 7th against those attending who likely had attended or planned to attend Donald Trump's gathering. Unfortunately, due to the course of events that day, we will never know exactly how many were carrying firearms and other lethal weapons. I don't know what time it was, but eventually the flow of the foot traffic reversed, with people leaving President's Park and traveling eastbound down Constitution Avenue towards the United States Capitol. At approximately 12:30 p.m., I noticed a commotion about half a block to my east. I saw a crowd starting to coalesce around two figures. I ran to where they were and found a confrontation at the intersection of 10th and Constitution Avenue Northwest. One counter-protester, a black man, was backpedaling away from a white man in a Trump-labeled face mask who was closely following him with an outstretched arm.
But yeah,
Myself and my colleague first arrived and physically separated the two, but a crowd of Donald Trump's people had gathered.
I'm gonna pause this. Yes, I'm listening to the stuff from the House Select Committee. Oh wait, it's still live? Yikes. Okay, so there's a lot. There's a lot. Okay. Basically, I woke up too late to do my homework, so I only have enough time for one game. So I moved Genshin up since it is a daily thing. Apologies to people who are expecting the Project Diva stream. I need to be able to do multiple things at once, and I also need to listen to this because I need to be able to have what was said here relatively down pat, because if my dad tries to start shit, like, you just heard this guy say, no, these people who went to go hear Trump speak, they were They were dressed like they were going to war. But we didn't think anything of it because that's how conservatives normally dress at Trump events. Which gives the impression that, again, violence. So I'm going to go back to listening to the select committee. And of course, I'm not on my Discord while I'm doing this because this is not appropriate for kids, I guess. Thankfully, they already played the content that was violent. If there's anything more than that, I'll pause what I'm doing to pay attention to it, because, again, this is important. We lived through our own beer hall push, and in the event that a second attack happens, historically speaking, the second attack usually is a successful coup. So, I have to pay attention to the first one and make sure I'm well prepared to explain what happened. If there is a second attack and it's thwarted, then that means the cycle of history isn't as set in stone as I once believed. But it also means that we have to be even more careful because a successful coup becomes more likely the more attempts there are. Because that's just how probability works. The more often something happens, the more likely it is to have a slightly different outcome. Or a majorly different outcome. That's why the multiverse exists, after all. So, yeah.
They attempted to bait the counter-protester into attacking, shouting insults such as, "Your mother's a whore," and accusing him of hiding behind the cops. Eventually, enough MPD members had gathered to move along the crowd, who continued eastbound toward the Capitol building, and the counter-protester departed northbound on 10th Street. Returning to my post, I continued to monitor the radio. I could hear Commander Glover leading the defense efforts at the Capitol as the protesters began their transition from peaceful assembly into terrorism. I became agitated and wished we could move in to support, as I could hear the increasing desperation in the commander's voice. Yet we still had to wait for our orders to change. And eventually they did. At approximately 1:30 p.m., the commander authorized rapid response platoons to deploy their hard gear and respond to the Capitol, including CDU-42. The last thing I remember hearing over the air before departing for the Capitol grounds was confirmation that our explosive ordnance disposal team had discovered a device. Given which unit was being associated with the device, I immediately realized MPD had discovered a bomb of some type near the Capitol.
But yeah, my friend at the Department
This
of
thought was
Defense
never far
said
from my
she's
mind
watching
the rest
this
of the day.
too. So
We ran back to our vans and got on our hard gear as quickly as we could. Navigating alternate routes to avoid the foot traffic, we drove as close as we could to the Capitol, disembarking at the northwest side of the Capitol grounds. We gave our gear a final check and marched towards the West Terrace. The crowd was thinner the further out from the Capitol you were. So as we marched, the resistance that we initially met was verbal. A man sarcastically yelled, "Here come the boys in blue, so brave." Another called on us to remember your oath. There was plenty of booing. A woman called us stormtroopers. Another woman, who was part of the mob of terrorists laying siege to the capital of the United States, shouted traitors. More found appeal in this label and shouted traitors at us as we passed. One man attempted to turn it into a duosyllabic chant. We continued to march. We had been marching in two columns, but as we got closer to the West Terrace, the crowd became so dense that in order to progress, we marched single file, with our hands on the shoulders of the man in front of us in order to avoid separation. However, as we came close to the terrace, our line was divided and we came under attack.
I understand that, but I'm gonna go and try.
A man attempted to rip the baton from my hands, and we wrestled for control. I retained my weapon after I pushed him back. He yelled at me, "You're on the wrong team." Cut off from our leadership, which was at the front of our formation, we huddled up and assessed the threats surrounding us. One man tried and failed to build a rapport with me, shouting, "Are you my brother?" Another takes a different tack, shouting, "You will die on your knees." I was at the front of our group and determined we had to push our way through the crowd in order to join the defense proper. So I began shouting, "Make way!" as I forged ahead, hoping that I'm clearing a path for others behind me to follow. However, as I looked back, I saw that the rest of the group came under attack and were unable to follow. The crowd attempted to physically bar the rest of the platoon from following. I backtracked and started pulling the terrorists off my team from their backpacks and their collars. Around this time, one of the terrorists who had scaled the scaffolding that adorned the Capitol at the time threw something heavy down at me and struck me in the head, disorienting me. I suspect this resulted in the likely concussion I dealt with in the weeks after. Another man attempted to disarm me with my baton, and again, we wrestled for control. He kicked me in my chest as we went to the ground. I was able to retain my baton again, but I ended up on my hands and knees and blind. The medical mask I was wearing at the time to protect myself from the coronavirus was pulled up over my eyes so I couldn't see. I braced myself against the impact of their blows and feared the worst. Thankfully, my platoon had repelled their own attackers and got me back on my feet. The crowd started chanting "USA" at us, and we struck out again for the West Terrace. I led the charge through the midst of crowd control munitions, explosions, and smoke engulfing the area. Terrorists were breaking apart the metal fencing and bike racks into individual pieces, presumably to use as weapons. Thankfully, we made it to the secondary defense line on the West Terrace that MPD and Capitol Police were managing to hold. The rest of my platoon got behind the line, and we could take stock of the situation. I realized that back during the previous assault, someone had stolen my radio. From that point on, I was in the dark as to our current status, when reinforcements would arrive. Terrorists were scaling the scaffolding on both our sides, the tower that was in front of us, and attempting to breach the waist-high metal fencing that was the only barrier we had aside from ourselves. The sea of people was punctuated throughout by flags, mostly variations of American flags and Trump flags. There was Gadsden flags. It was clear the terrorists perceived themselves to be Christians. I saw the Christian flag directly in my front. Another read, "Jesus is my savior, Trump is my president." Another, "Jesus is king." One flag read, "Don't give up the ship." Another had crossed rifles beneath the skull, emblazoned with the pattern of the American flag. To my perpetual confusion, I saw the thin blue line flag, a symbol of support for law enforcement, more than once being carried by the terrorists as they ignored our commands and continued to assault us. The acrid sting of CS gas or tear gas and OC spray, which is mace, hung in the air as the terrorists threw our own CS gas canisters back at us and sprayed us with their own OC. Either they bought themselves or stole from us. Later, I learned at least one of them was spraying us in the face with wasp spray. The terrorists alternated between attempting to break our defenses and shouting at or attempting to convert us. Men alleging to be veterans told us how they had fought for this country and were fighting for it again. One man tried to start a chant of 4 more years. Another shouted, "Do not attack us, we're not Black Lives Matter," as if political affiliation is how we determine when to use force. A man in a QAnon hoodie exclaims, "This is the time to choose which side of history to be on." A man whose shirt read "God, Guns, and Trump" stood behind him, silently holding a Trump flag. A new man came to the front and fixated on me, continually berating me, telling me to take off my gear and give it to him, to show solidarity with we the people, or we're gonna run over you. His voice cracked with the strain and the volume of his threats. He continued, "Do you think your little pea shooter guns are gonna stop this crowd? No, we're going in that building." Eventually, there was a surge in the crowd. The fence buckled and broke apart, and we were unable to hold the line. A chaotic melee ensued. Terrorists pushed through the line and engaged us in hand-to-hand combat. Several attempted to knock me over and steal my baton. One latched onto my face and got his thumb in my right eye, attempting to gouge it out. I cried out in pain and managed to shake him off. Before any permanent damage was done. I couldn't fully engage anyone. For the moment I do is when another 20 terrorists move in to attack while my hands are full. It was all we could do to keep ourselves on our feet and continue to fall back. sprayed with a fire extinguisher, and a red smoke grenade burns at our feet. In the fight, a terrorist is knocked to the ground and his jacket rides up, exposing a large hunting knife on his belt. I, along with several other officers, piled on him, while another removed the knife from his person. He regained himself unharmed and shouts indignantly, "What are you doing? What are you guys doing?" At this point, the terrorists had claimed most of the western terrace, cornering myself and other officers on the southern edge. We found a side stair off of the terrace up to an upper landing, followed by more stairs up and inside. Inside the Capitol building, officers walked through the halls briefly until they found a place to sit, decontaminate their faces of OC and CS, and take a quick breather. I followed suit. Someone had managed to find a package of water bottles and was passing them out. I washed off my face as best I could, rinsed out my mouth, and drank the rest. Took the opportunity of relative safety to don my gas mask. Not long afterward, I heard someone calling for officers to move to assist. I steeled myself for another round and descended a stairway into a long hallway filled with smoke and screams. The Capitol building is labyrinthine, but judging from the sound of intense combat, I could tell this hallway led outside, where the terrorists had forced our retreat. Officers were stacked deep, but every so often one would fall back from the front line, nursing an injury or struggling to breathe, and those who remained would take a step forward. It was a battle of inches, with one side pushing the other a few, and then the other side regaining their ground. At the time, I, and I suspect many others in the hallway, did not know that the terrorists had gained entry into the building by breaking in doors and windows elsewhere, so we believed ours to be the last line of defense before the terrorists had true access to the building and to potentially our elected representatives. Eventually, it was my turn in the meat grinder that was the front line. The terrorists had a wall of shields that they had stolen from officers, as well as stolen batons, what other armaments they brought. Even during this intense contest of wills, they tried to convert us to their cult. One man shouted, "We all just want to make our voices heard, and I think you feel the same. I really think you feel the same." All while another man attempts to batter us with a stolen shield. Another man, like many others, didn't seem to appreciate that this wasn't a game. He fought his way across the lawn, up the steps, through the western terrace, all the OC and CS gas, and at the front line of this final threshold was asking us to hold on because he has asthma. The two sides were at a stalemate at a metal door frame that sat in the middle of the hallway. At the front line, I inserted myself so the frame was at my back in an effort to give myself something to brace against, to provide additional strength when pushing forward. Unfortunately, soon after I secured this position, the momentum shifted, and we lost the ground that got me there. On my left was a man with a clear riot shield stolen during the assault. He slammed it against me, and with all the weight of the bodies pushing behind him, trapped me. My arms were pinned and effectively useless, trapped against either the shield on my left or the door frame on my right. With my posture granting me no functional strength or freedom of movement, I was effectively defenseless and gradually sustaining injury from the increasing pressure of the mob. Directly in front of me, a man seized the opportunity of my vulnerability. He grabbed the front of my gas mask and used it to beat my head against the door. He switched to pulling it off my head, the straps stretching against my skull and straining my neck. He never uttered any words I recognized, but opted instead for guttural screams. I remember him foaming at the mouth. He also put his cell phone in his mouth so that he had both hands free to assault me. Eventually, he succeeded in stripping away my gas mask, and a new rush of exposure to CS and OC spray hit me. The mob of terrorists were coordinating their efforts now, shouting "Heave! Ho!" as they synchronized, pushing their weight forward, crushing me further against the middle door frame. The man in front of me grabbed my baton that I still held in my hands, and in my current state I was unable to retain my weapon. He bashed me in the head and face with it, rupturing my lip and adding additional injury to my skull. At this point, I knew I couldn't sustain much more damage and remain upright. At best, I would collapse and be a liability to my colleagues. At worst, be dragged out into the crowd and lynched. Unable to move or otherwise signal the officers behind me that I needed to fall back, I did the only thing that I could do and screamed for help. Thankfully, my voice was heard over the cacophony of yells and the blaring alarm. The officer closest to me was able to extricate me from my position, and another helped me fall back to the building again. I'd found some more water and decontaminated my face as best I could. I don't know how long I waited in the halls for, but soon after I got back on my feet and went to the front where the fight was again. Until reinforcements arrived, every able body made a difference. Without my gas mask, I was afraid I'd be a liability in the hallway, so I took the exit outside of the upper landing above the west terrace. I found a police line being held and the terrace encircling us, much like on the west terrace lower. It was getting later in the day, however, and it appeared we weren't the only ones getting tired. It seemed most of the mob was content to yell rather than try and break our line again. After some time of guarding the upper landing, I saw reinforcements arrive from the south. I'm not sure which law enforcement agency it was, but I turned to them and I started clapping, as it was a sign that badly needed help was starting to finally arrive. Soon after that, I started feeling the effects of the day taking their toll and went back inside to rest. Gradually, all the members of CDU 42 gathered in the room known as the Capitol Crypt. We checked on each other and convalesced, glad to see each other in one piece. Despite our exhaustion, we would have ran out into the fight again should the need have arisen. Thankfully, as the day wore on, more and more resources had arrived at the Capitol to drive off the terrorists. We stayed in the crypt until quite late. And even after we were allowed to leave the grounds, we didn't get to go home. Those who needed immediate medical attention took a van to the local hospital, while the rest of us parked near the city center until the city was deemed secure enough for us to check off. I believe we finally got that message around 1 a.m. the following morning. We drove back to the 4th District and from there went home. Thank you for letting me testify.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I now recognize Officer Dunn to summarize his testimony.
Chairman Thompson, members of the Select Committee, thank you for the opportunity today to give my account regarding the events of January 6, 2021. From my firsthand experience as a Capitol Police officer, directly involved in those events, and still hurting from what happened that day. I'm providing this testimony solely in my personal capacity and not as a representative of the United States Capitol Police. Before I begin, I'd like to take a moment of my time to ask for a moment of silence for my fallen colleague, Officer Brian Sicknick, who died from injuries he sustained in the line of duty defending the capital of our beloved democracy. Thank you. I reported for duty at the Capitol as usual early on the morning of January 6th. We understood that the vote to certify President Biden's election to be taking place that day, and protests might occur outside the Capitol. But we expected any demonstrations to be peaceful expressions of First Amendment freedoms, just like the scores of demonstrations we had observed for many years. After roll call, I took my overwatch post on the east front of the Capitol, standing on the steps that led up to the Senate chamber. As the morning progressed, I did not see or hear anything that gave me cause for alarm. But around 10:56 a.m., I received a text message from a friend forwarding a screenshot of what appeared to be the potential plan of action, very different from a peaceful demonstration. The screenshot bore the caption, January 6th, Rally Point, Lincoln Park, and said the objective was the Capitol. It said, amongst other things, that Trump has given us marching orders and to keep your guns hidden. It urged people to bring your trauma kits and gas masks, to link up early in the day in 6 to 12-man teams. It indicated there would be time to arm up. Seeing that message caused me concern. To be sure, looking back now, it seemed to foreshadow what happened later. At the time, though, we had not received any threat warnings from our chain of command. I I had no independent reason to believe that violence was headed our way. As the morning progressed and the crowd of protesters began to swell on the east side of the Capitol, many displaying Trump flags, the crowd was chanting slogans like, "Stop the steal," and "We want Trump." But the demonstration was still being conducted in a peaceful manner. Early that afternoon, Capitol Police Dispatch advised all units over the radio that we had an active 10-100 at the Republican National Committee nearby. 10-100 is police code for a suspicious package such as a potential bomb. That radio dispatch got my attention, and I started to get more nervous and worried, especially because the crowds on the east front of the Capitol were continuing to grow. Around the same time, I started receiving reports on the radio about large crowd movements around the Capitol, coming from the direction of the ellipse to both the west and east fronts of the Capitol. Then I heard urgent radio calls for additional officers to respond to the west side,
real quick. Something isn't
and
adding
an
up.
exclamation, a desperate voice that demonstrators on the west side had breached the fence. Now it was obvious that there was a direct threat to the Capitol. I quickly put on a steel chest plate, which weighs approximately 20 pounds, and carrying my M4 rifle, sprinted around the north side of the Capitol to the West Terrace and the railing of the inaugural stage, where I had a broad view of what was going on. I was stunned by what I saw. In what seemed like a sea of people, Capitol police officers and Metropolitan Police Officers, MPD, were engaged in desperate hand-to-hand fighting with rioters across the West Lawn. Until then, I had never seen anyone physically assault Capitol Police or MPD, let alone witness mass assaults being perpetrated on law enforcement officers. I witnessed the rioters using all kinds of weapons against officers, including flagpoles, metal bike racks that they had torn apart, and various kinds of projectiles. Officers were being bloodied in the fighting. Many were screaming, and many were blinded and coughing from chemical irritants being sprayed in their faces. I gave decontamination aid to as many officers as I could, flushing their eyes with water to dilute the chemical irritants. Soon thereafter, I heard, "Attention all units, the Capitol has been breached," and that rioters were in various places inside the building. At that point, I rushed into the Capitol with another officer, going first to the basement on the Senate side, where I'd heard an MPD officer needed a defibrillator. After returning outside to the West Terrace to assist officers, I went back into the Capitol and up the stairs towards the crypt. There I saw rioters who had invaded the Capitol carrying a Confederate flag, a red MAGA flag, and a "Don't Tread on Me" flag. I decided to stand my ground there to prevent any rioters from heading down the stairs to the Lower West Terrace entrance, because that's where officers were getting decontamination aid and were particularly vulnerable. At the top of the stairs, I confronted a group of insurrectionists, warning them do not go down those steps. One of them shouted, "Keep moving, patriots." Another displayed what looked like a law enforcement badge and told me, "We're doing this for you." One of the invaders approached me like he was going to try to get past me and head down the stairs. I hit him, knocking him down. After getting relieved by other officers in the crypt, I took off running upstairs towards the speaker's lobby and helped a plainclothes officer who was getting hassled by insurrectionists. Some of them were dressed like members of a militia group, wearing tactical vests, cargo pants, and body armor. I was physically exhausted, and it was hard to breathe and to see because of all the chemical spray in the air. More and more insurrectionists were pouring into the area by the speaker's lobby near the rotunda, and some wearing MAGA hats and shirts that said Trump 2020. I told them to just leave the Capitol, and in response they yelled, "No, man, this is our house. President Trump invited us here. We're here to stop the steal. Joe Biden is not the president. Nobody voted for Joe Biden." I'm a law enforcement officer, and I do my best to keep politics out of my job. But in this circumstance, I responded. Well, I voted for Joe Biden. Does my vote not count? Am I nobody? That prompted a torrent of racial epithets. One woman in a pink MAGA shirt yelled, "You hear that, guys? This nigger voted for Joe Biden." Then the crowd, perhaps around 20 people, joined in screaming, "Boo, fucking nigger." No one had ever called me a nigger while wearing the uniform of a Capitol Police officer. In the days following the attempted insurrection, other black officers shared with me their own stories of racial abuse on January 6th. One officer told me he had never, and in his entire 40 years of life, been called a nigger to his face, and that streak ended on January 6th. Yet another black officer later told me he had been confronted by insurrectionists in the Capitol who told him, "Put your gun down and we'll show you what kind of nigger you really are." To be candid, the rest of the afternoon is a blur. But I know I went throughout the Capitol to assist officers who needed aid and help expel more insurrectionists. In the crypt, I encountered Sergeant Gunnell, who was giving assistance to an unconscious woman who had been in a crowd of rioters on the west side of the Capitol. I helped to carry her to the area of the House Majority Leader's office, where she was administered CPR. As the afternoon wore on, I was completely drained, both physically and emotionally, and in shock and total disbelief over what had happened. Once the building was cleared, I went to the rotunda to recover with other officers and share our experiences from what happened that afternoon. Representative Rodney Davis was there offering support to officers, and when he and I saw each other, he came over and he gave me a big hug. I sat down on a bench in the rotunda with a friend of mine who was also a black Capitol Police officer and told him about the racial slurs I endured. I became very emotional and began yelling, "How the blank could something like this happen? Is this America?" I began sobbing. Officers came over to console me. Later on January 6th, after order and security had been restored in the Capitol through the hard work and sacrifices of law enforcement, members took the floor of the House to speak out about what had happened that day. Among them was House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy, who, along with my fellow officers, I had protected that day and will protect today and tomorrow. I had protected that day and will protect today and tomorrow. And the minority leader, to his great credit, said the following to the House: "The violence, destruction, and chaos we saw earlier was unacceptable, undemocratic, and un-American. It was the saddest day I've ever had serving in this institution," end quote. Members of the select committee, the minority leader was absolutely right. How he described what took place in the Capitol. And for those of us in the Capitol Police who serve and revere this institution and who love the Capitol building, it was the saddest day for us as well. More than 6 months later, January 6th still isn't over for me. I've had to avail myself of multiple counseling sessions from the Capitol Police Employee Assistance Program, and I'm now receiving private counseling therapy for the persistent emotional trauma of that day. I've also participated in many peer support programs with fellow law enforcement officers from around the United States. I know so many other officers continue to hurt, both physically and emotionally. I want to take this moment to speak to my fellow officers about the emotions they are continuing to experience from the events of January 6th. There's absolutely nothing wrong with seeking professional counseling. What we went through that day was traumatic, and if you are hurting, please take advantage of the counseling services that are available to us. I also respectfully ask that this select committee review the available resources, the services available to us, and consider whether they are sufficient enough to meet our needs, especially with respect to the amount of leave that we are allowed. In closing, we can never again allow democracy to be put in peril, as it was on January 6th. I thank the members of the Select Committee for your commitment to determine what led to disaster at the Capitol on January 6th, what actually took place that day, and what steps should be taken to prevent such an attack on our democracy from ever happening again. I also want to thank and acknowledge my brothers and sisters in blue who fought alongside me on January 6th to protect our democracy.
We need to take care of this.
Each of you is a hero, and it is my honor to serve with you each and every day. I'd like to thank the American people for all of the support that they have provided these past several months to me and my fellow officers. Lastly, to the rioters, the insurrectionists, and the terrorists of that day, democracy went on that night and still continues to exist today. Democracy is bigger than any one person and any one party. You all tried to disrupt democracy that day, and you all failed. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify, and I would be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much. I thank all the witnesses for their testimony. The rules we established allow you the opportunity to tell your story. There's no question about it. You've done it in your own words. We appreciate it. And so what we will do now is begin our questioning of you. I now recognize myself for questioning. At the time of the attack on the Capitol, I was in the gallery observing the proceedings on the House floor. While members of Congress were being protected by the police, you, the patriots protecting the Capitol and our very democracy, were being attacked by the mob outside. I want to learn more about what you did and what you witnessed. Officer Fanone, as a narcotics officer, you weren't supposed to be at the Capitol on January 6th, is that right?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
What prompted you to come to the Capitol?
I was listening to the radio transmissions, specifically those coming from now Commander Robert Glover, who is the on-scene commander. If you've listened to those transmissions, he identifies himself as Cruiser 50. I heard things that I'd never heard before in my law enforcement career. In addition to the numerous distress calls or 1033s that I heard, which are, while not commonplace, also not uncommon in policing. I heard things like, the declaration of a citywide 1033, which in my career, my recollection has only been utilized in addition to the 9/11 attacks on the Navy Yard attack. And so I found that particularly distressful. Also, you could hear the tone of the individual officers' voices. They were scared. They were, clearly outnumbered and being violently assaulted.
Thank you. So basically, the radio traffic, the 1033 signal on the radio, and your basic law enforcement instinct said your fellow comrades needed help, and therefore you made your way along with your friend to the Capitol.
Yes, sir.
So, so you went anyway, and let me thank you for that. And I understand a number of other people did the same. Officer Hodges, we've seen the harrowing video of you being crushed in a doorway as you bravely fought to keep the mob from breaching the Capitol. Many of your fellow officers' acts of heroism were not captured on video and are not therefore known to the public. Can you please share with the committee other acts of heroism by your colleagues on January 6th that you're aware of?
Absolutely. One of my sergeants, Sergeant Brian Peake, while fighting to maintain control over the barricades on the West Terrace, was struck by a rioter and fractured and severely lacerating his right index finger. He kept in the fight for several more hours after that. He just put some tape on it and a napkin and went back to work. He was there for several hours before finally accepting medical evac. He ended up having to have the tip of his finger removed. Another officer who was out there in the fight with us, he, much like myself, he had a large, heavy object thrown and struck his head. He wasn't as lucky as me, though. He has suffered lost time from that day, and he remains still out on medical leave. Even today, he has not returned to work. But at the time, he was still fighting. Another officer who was fought on the West Terrace and in the tunnel was instrumental to the defense. After being completely soaked with OC spray, was shocked several times by a cattle prod one of the terrorists brought with them. When I went over my testimony, my opening statement before, I mentioned that we were attacked outside the secondary defense line on the West Terrace, and after we rallied there, we continued onward. I know that another officer found a Capitol Police officer who was being dragged out into the crowd, and he was unable to signal to us what was going on, so he charged in there by himself and got that officer back out of there. And in the process, hyperextended his knee and took several other injuries. The Washington Post and Carnegie Mellon University have estimated there were about 9,400 terrorists out there, and I would say we had about 150, 175 officers. So any one of them could tell you any amounts of heroic acts or injuries they sustained, but these are just a few that I know of.
Thank you very much. Officer Fennell, you talked about your tour in Iraq and what have you, and thank you for your service.
Oh wait, it was a ley line
Can you
monolith
give the
challenge.
committee
Crap.
a sense of,
I thought there was a
comparing
time limit.
those tours and experiences with
Shit.
what you experienced on January 6th?
Back when I was in Iraq, sometime on convoy mission to provide mutual support or taking care packages whatnot to my other units and detachment. We went to roadside bomb infested IED combos, and my fear were minimal around that time. It was not as constant. We knew at that time that we could run over an IED, and that was it. But at least we knew that we were in a combat zone. Here in our country, our very own capital, we are being attacked. Not once, but multiple times.
Can you pull the microphone to you just?
Sorry. Not only we were attacked one time, but it was multiple times, over and over. Different people, they hit us, and then they got tired of hitting us, and then they switch. Somebody else rotating in and out. And as my colleagues also has said, we were at the lowest interest tunnel, and we didn't have a chance to rotate ourselves until later on, like after an hour and a half later. So whoever was there, we were fighting for our life. We were fighting to protect all of you. In our mind, that time at that entrance, that was it. That was the point of breach, and we were not letting them in. They tried to convert us. They tried to persuade us to let them in, yelling, and then once they saw that we were not doing that, they continued to even attack us even more, and it was nonstop. So my time compared to Iraq, totally different. This is our own citizens, people who we sworn an oath to protect, but yet they are attacking us with the same flag that they claim to represent. It was bad.
Thank you. Officer Dunn, you talked about being called the N-word. You talked about being...
Actually, no. This calls for the animal traveler. Actually, leave.
talked about like you've never heard before. And you talked about sharing comments from your other colleagues, as well as the seeing of the Confederate flag and other things carried through the Capitol. As an African-American law enforcement officer, can you give us, this committee and those who are watching, how you felt defending the Capitol on that day, being called that and seeing the symbol of the Confederacy going through the Capitol at the same time?
Yes, sir. Thank you for your question. To be frank, while the attack was happening, I didn't view it, and I wasn't able to process it as a racial attack. I was just trying to survive that day and get home. When I did have a moment to process it, I think that's in the rotunda where I became so emotional, because I was able to process everything that happened. And it was just so overwhelming, and it's so disheartening and disappointing that we live in a country with people like that, that attack you because of the color of your skin, just to hurt you. Those words are weapons. Thankfully, at the moment, it didn't hinder me from doing my job. But once I was able to process it, it hurt. It hurt just reading it now and just thinking about it, that people demonize you because of the color of your skin, when my blood is red. I'm an American citizen. I'm a police officer. I'm a peace officer. I'm here to defend this country, defend everybody in this building, not just the members, or the staff, guests, everybody. It just hurts that we have people in this country that result to that, regardless of your actions and what you desire to do and to make a difference out there. It's disheartening. So.
Thank you, but because of your heroism on that day, lives were saved and our democracy was preserved, in large part because you gave all of you, for that day on January 6th. I assure you this committee will ensure there's a comprehensive account of your heroic acts of that day. And your testimony this morning is an essential part of that record. Thank you for your service to this country and for coming before us today. The chair now recognizes members for questions they may wish to ask the witnesses. The gentlewoman from Wyoming, Ms. Cheney, is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And again, thank you to all of our witnesses for your heroism and your bravery that day, and also for being here today and telling your story. And I certainly join the chairman and every member of this committee in our commitment to making sure we get to the truth and that those who did this are accountable. Officer Gunnell, I'd like to ask you, you described in your testimony that you said it was like a medieval battlefield. That what you were subjected to that day was something like a medieval battlefield. You said we fought hand to hand and inch by inch to prevent an invasion of the Capitol by a violent mob intent on subverting our democratic process. And is it the case that as you were fighting there, you were not aware that the Capitol had been breached elsewhere? I believe you said that you really thought you were the last line of defense. Is that right?
That is correct.
And so, Officer Gunnell, when you think about that and share with us the vivid memory of the cruelty and the violence of the assault that day, and then you hear former President Trump say, quote, "It was a loving crowd. There was a lot of love in the crowd." How does that make you feel?
It's upsetting. It's a pathetic excuse for his behavior for something that he himself helped to create, this monstrosity. I'm still recovering from those hugs and kisses that day that he claimed that so many rioters, terrorists, were assaulting us that day. If that was hugs and kisses, then we should all go to his house and do the same thing to him. To me, it's insulting, it's demoralizing, because everything that we did was to prevent everyone in the Capitol from getting hurt. And what he was doing, instead of sending the military, instead of sending the support or telling his people, his supporters, to stop this nonsense, he egged them to continue fighting. I was in the lowest West Terrace fighting alongside these officers. And all of them were telling us Trump sent us. Nobody else, there was nobody else. It was not Antifa, it was not Black Lives Matter, it was not the FBI, it was his supporter that he sent them over to the Capitol that day. And he could have done a lot of things. One of them was to tell them to stop. He talks about sacrifices. Well, not the only thing that he has sacrificed is the institutions of the country and the country itself, only for his ego, because he wants to continue. He wants the job, but he doesn't want to do the job. And that's a shame on him and himself.
Thank you. Officer Fanone, you talked in your testimony about the fact that the line that day was the seat of American democracy, was the seat of our government. Can you talk about, as you think now about what was under threat? First of all, did you know it? Did you have a sense at the time as you were going through the battle before the horrific violence happened to you, of the nature of the gravity of the threat that we were facing, that the line was in fact the seat of American democracy?
Well, my response that day really was based off of my obligation as a police officer to not only protect the lives of the members of Congress and their staff, but also to my fellow officers. The politics of that day really didn't play into my response at all.
Thank you. Officer Hodges, in your testimony, you talk about when you were at the Ellipse, and you mentioned the significant number of men dressed in tactical gear attending the gathering, wearing ballistic vests, helmet, goggles. When you saw that, was that something that you had anticipated at all? And could you just tell us more about that crowd there at the Ellipse, the extent to which you saw people who clearly were in military or paramilitary garb?
It was absolutely a source of concern. Like I said, they had outer carrier vests designed to carry ballistic shielding, helmets, goggles, face masks, backpacks filled with unknown objects. And I couldn't get a count, and we couldn't stop and search everyone. But so I don't know how many there were, but I know that it was obviously a concern of mine.
Thank you very much. And then Finally, Officer Dunn, you mentioned the text message that you received, and you expressed some surprise. You mentioned that you had not seen any intelligence that would have led you to believe that we should expect that kind of violence. Could you elaborate on that a little bit?
Yes, ma'am. So we were expecting civil disobedience as we do at the Capitol. At least that was what was relayed to us. A couple of arrests, name calling, unfriendly people, but nowhere near the level of violence or even close to it like that we experienced. When I received the text message, it made the hairs on my neck rise. But since our chain of command had not told us to prepare for any of these levels
So I'm out of healing
violence,
from the statues of the seven.
I was just like, okay, whatever. Like, I've been here. I start year 14 in November, and dealt with hundreds of protests where people get arrested, and peaceful First Amendment protests. Everybody has the right to protest. That's, okay, do what you do, and we'll arrest you if you break the law, and we'll go home later that night. It was a lot different than that. I was not alerted to the level of violence. Like, the text messages I got foreshadowed that, looking back, but no, I was not. We were not prepared for what we faced that day.
Thank you. And Mr. Chairman, without objection, I'd like to ask unanimous consent if we could enter that complete text message into the record.
Without objection.
Thank you.
Ordered.
And again, I would just like to express my deep gratitude for what you all did to save us. It won't be forgotten, and we will get to the bottom of this. Thank you very much. With that, I yield back.
Young lady yields back. Chair recognizes young woman from California, Ms. Lawson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thanks to each one of you and your colleagues for what you did. I was on the floor of the House helping to defend the voters of Arizona to a challenge to their electors while you were out trying to keep a violent mob from invading the Capitol. So I really do want to thank you for your tremendous courage and stamina and heroism, not just for myself. I chair the House Administration Committee, and I know how many others work in this Capitol, not only the staff to the members of Congress, but the food service workers who were present and clerical staff. You saved them as well, and so they also owe you a debt of gratitude. I do realize that ultimately the rioters breached the Capitol, but the time that you kept them out really made a tremendous difference. You saved the day, you saved the Constitution, and it made a tremendous difference for our country. And Officer Dunn, I did hear you about the need for additional help, and I want to pledge to you that we will work with the Capitol Police to make sure that the resources, the mental health unit has the resources that officers need. I'll make that pledge to you right now. I would like to ask Sergeant Gunnell, not everyone knew that you were fighting in the hallway near the Lower West Terrace on January 6th. Can you tell me what you went through on that hallway, and then while you were there, Metropolitan Police arrived to help you out? What difference did that make?
Sure, ma'am. Before I start, by no means am I suggesting that we would go to his house. And I apologize for my outburst. After we retreated to the Lower West Terrace entrance, it was rough. It was terrible. Everything that was happening to us, it was simultaneously. And we didn't have a lot of support. We had probably like 50 officers at most when we went back in. Once we were there, we started saying to ourselves, this is it, this is the entrance where they're going to try to reach. We're going to hold the line. We're going to do everything possible without even coordinating among ourselves. The few officers who were still carrying shields, we automatically assumed position in the front. Some of those shields were taken, ripped apart from the officers' hand. Some of the officers also got concussed because they were hit with the same shields they were holding, because that was so violently taken from them that they were concussed. We did multiple struggles in terms of fighting. My shield was round, and I was able to get some strikes, but because we were in so close quarters, it was hard for us to even do that. The only thing we were allowed to was push forward. Whoever had shields, stay in the front, and whoever was in, then they were striking those riders. At some point, I fell on top of the floor, on top of some shields, trying to help and assist some of the officers. And I got pulled to the crowd. Luckily, I was able to free myself and stand up. Later on, the second time I went back to the front, that's when Officer Hodges was getting trampled. I was getting trampled because just the mere force of the riders pushing forward and police officer pushing out, we were getting trampled in the middle. It was very terrible that happened.
Officer Fanone, before I ask you a question, I'd like to show a brief video clip of some of what you went through today. I realize this can be difficult to watch, but I think it's important for the public to see.
So close. Wait, this is never before seen footage.
I got you, Mike. That's my hand when you're good. Push him back!
Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God, no.
Mike, stay in there, buddy. Mike, it's Jimmy. I'm here. Mike.
Almost all of that is from your body camera footage. Can you walk us through what we've just seen, Officer Fanone?
Well, I believe the first portion of that video began was my body-worn camera
So that's
footage from
the second half of the
area of the
body
Capitol
camera
Tunnel.
footage from that one officer.
It was there that I first
part
heard
that the news didn't air
1033
before.
distress call come out from the Lower
Shit.
West Terrace Tunnel, which
Fuck.
I didn't realize at the time was only a few hundred yards away from where I was at. I told my partner, Jimmy Albright, who was there with me, that there was a 1033 coming out from the Lower West Terrace. We tried to get our bearings and figure out which way that might be. We asked a group of Capitol police officers, and they directed us down a set of stairs. From there, Jimmy and I walked down to the Lower West Terrace Tunnel. The first thing I remember was seeing a buddy of mine, Sergeant Bill Bogner, who's a administrative sergeant. He used to work in my district. Now he works over at the academy. And he was unable to see. He had been sprayed in the face with bear mace. And I went up to him and told him, hey, it's Fanone. I remember he stretched out his hand to shake mine. And that's when he told me that the guys that were just beyond that set of double doors had been fighting there for, I believe he said about 30 minutes. I don't think he realized what time it was because they've been fighting since around 1 p.m. It was 3 o'clock. So those guys have been there fighting for 2 hours unrelieved. I remember looking up through the set of double doors. There's glass panes, and you could see the CS gas, white powder still lingering in the air. It was at that point that I realized I probably should have brought my gas mask. So I went through the double doors and I saw Ramey Kyle, who's at the time a commander with our criminal investigations division, overseeing all the detective units. Like many other officers, sergeants, lieutenants, captains that day, he self-deployed and found himself commanding a group of about 30 or 40 officers there in the lower West Terrace Tunnel. Commander Kyle was having a difficult time breathing. I remember I followed him back out through the set of double doors into that initial hallway as he kind of cleared himself, straightened himself up. I described it before, thought he looked like George Patton. I remember he put his hat back on and walked right back out through the doorway into the tunnel, and I followed it. It was at that point, I think, when I started approaching that group of officers there, defending the doorway, that I realized the gravity of the situation. My initial thought was these guys look like they look beat to hell, and maybe I could try to get in there and get some guys some help. So I told Jimmy that we needed to get in there and try to offer assistance, and that's what we did initially. We started making our way through the crowd of officers, yelling out, "Who needs a break?" And like I said in my initial testimony, there were no volunteers. There were officers who identified other colleagues who were in need of help. And I remember somebody yelling out, "This guy needs help," and handed me that officer. I handed him off to Jimmy and told him to get him to the back. And I continued to make my way up to the front lines. Once I got up there, it was the first time I really came face to face with these terrorists. They were dressed in, clothing adorned with political slogans, "Make America Great Again," Donald Trump 2020, things of that nature. They were wearing military-style clothing, Kevlar vests, Kevlar helmets. Many of them had gas masks, and quite a few had shields, which they had taken away from law enforcement officers. They were using them to beat us at the front line. The first thing I told them was, "Hey man, we got to get these doors closed. We got injured officers in here." And that really seemed to piss those guys off. They became incredibly violent, and that's when that surge that you watched in some of the video began. And you had a large group at the mouth of that tunnel entrance trying to push their way through the officers who were fighting to defend it. I believe had they done so, or had they accomplished that, they would have trampled us to death. Most certainly, you would have had police officers killed. I fought there at the front for some time. I was yelling out, trying to inspire some of the other officers that were up there that were tired, telling them dig in and push. And we started to make some progress. We pushed those guys out of the tunnel, out through the initial threshold. And I remember thinking to myself, man, it's good to get some fresh air. It was at that point that I was pulled off the line. That initial period of time where I was pulled, off that line was kind of a blur. I just remember getting violently assaulted from every direction, and eventually found myself out probably about 250, maybe 300 feet away from the mouth of the tunnel where the other officers were at. And I knew I was up shit creek without a paddle. I was trying to push guys off of me, create some space. All the while, I recognized the fact that there were individuals that were trying to grab a hold of my gun. I remember one of them distinctly lunging at me time and time again, trying to grab my gun. And I heard people in the crowd yelling, "Get his gun, kill him with his own gun," and words to that effect. I thought about using my weapon. I believe that there were individuals in the crowd whose intentions were to kill me. And I came to that conclusion because of the fact that separated from these other officers who were only trying to defend the Capitol, I no longer posed any type of threat, nor was I an impediment to them, going inside of the building. But yet they tortured me. They beat me. I was struck with a taser device at the base of my skull numerous times. And they continued to do so until I yelled out that I have kids. And I said that hoping to appeal to some of those individuals' humanity. And fortunately, a few did step in and intervene on my behalf. They did assist me back towards the mouth of the tunnel entrance, and other officers were then able to rescue me and pull me back inside. But at that point, I was unconscious, and based off the body-worn camera footage, it's believed that I was unconscious for approximately 4 minutes.
Thank you, officer, and thanks to each one of you. Our country is lucky, really blessed, that you are as patriotic and brave as you are. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Young lady yields back. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Inzinger, or however long he chooses.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to my colleagues on the committee. Thank you to our witnesses. I never expected today to be quite as emotional for me as it has been. I've talked to a number of you and gotten to know you. I think it's important to tell you right now, though. You guys may, individually feel a little broken. You guys all talk about the effects you have to deal with, and, you talk about the impact of that day. But you guys won. You guys held. Democracies are not defined by our bad days. We're defined by how we come back from bad days. How we take accountability for that. And for all the overheated rhetoric surrounding this committee, our mission is very simple. Let's define the truth, and it's to ensure accountability. Like most Americans, I'm frustrated that 6 months after a deadly insurrection breached the United States Capitol for several hours on live television, we still don't know exactly what happened. Why? because many in my party have treated this as just another partisan fight. It's toxic, and it's a disservice to the officers and their families, to the staff and the employees on the Capitol complex, to the American people who deserve the truth, and to those generations before us who went to war to defend self-governance, because self-governance is at stake. And it's why I agreed to serve on this committee. I want to know what happened that day, but more importantly, I want all Americans to be able to trust the work this committee does and get the facts out there free of conspiracy. This cannot continue to be a partisan fight. I'm a Republican, I'm a conservative. But in order to heal from the damage caused that day, we need to call out the facts. It's time to stop the outrage and the conspiracies that fuel the violence and division in this country, and most importantly, we need to reject those that promote it. As a country, it's time to learn from our past mistakes, rebuild stronger so this never happens again, and then we can move onward. And serving on this committee, I'm here to investigate January 6th, not in spite of my membership in the Republican Party, but because of it. Not to win a political fight, but to learn the facts and defend our democracy. Here's what we know. Congress was not prepared on January 6th. We weren't prepared because we never imagined that this could happen. An attack by our own people, fostered and encouraged by those granted power through the very system they sought to overturn. That is a lesson. That is not a conspiracy theory or a counter-narrative. We don't blame victims. We go after the criminals. Some have concocted a counter-narrative to discredit this process on the grounds that we didn't launch a similar investigation into the urban riots and looting last summer. Mr. Chairman, I was called on to serve during the summer riots as an Air National Guardsman. I condemn those riots and the destruction of property that resulted. But not once did I ever feel that the future of self-governance was threatened like I did on January 6th. There is a difference between breaking the law and rejecting the rule of law, between a crime, even grave crimes, and a coup. As we begin our work today, I want to call this committee's attention to the oath of office, an oath not to a party, not to an individual, but to the Constitution that represents all Americans. Everyone in elected office knows how hard it can be sometimes to keep that up, to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States in the forefront of our minds, what with the political pressures and re-elections always around the corner. But Mr. Chairman, our witnesses today, like every law enforcement officer across the country, took the same oath we did. And on January 6th, the temptation to compromise their oaths didn't come in the form of a campaign check or a threat from leadership or an all-caps tweet. It came in the form of a violent mob. While we on this dais were whisked away from the danger, heroes like those here stood their post before it and paid the price. And we are only here now because you guys were here then. Therefore, it's altogether fitting that we begin our investigation of January's lawless attack against the Constitution with these four men who made sure that the attack did not succeed, with those who helped to ensure that democracy held. And I think it's important to remember that you are four with stories, but there are hundreds with stories as well that you represent where you sit. Officer Fanone, I know your passion is to make sure that DC Metro gets the credit it's due. And I thank you for I know that you represent the hundreds of officers, like Officer Hodges, that responded to that call. What I want to ask, does this feel like old history to any of the four of you? Sometimes I get, we hear out there, it's time to move on, right? It's been 6 whole months, time to move on. Does this feel like old history and time to move on? You can just say yes or no.
No, sir.
Nope.
There can be no moving on without accountability. There can be no healing until we make sure this can't happen again.
I echo that. How do you move on without correcting what happened?
Let me ask you all, one of the narratives out there, and Officer Fanone, it triggered something in your testimony when you said it. So there's been this idea that this was not an armed insurrection, and as if somehow that is justification for what happened. We know the hugs and kisses. We know it was BLM and Antifa, right? Of course, then you would, I'm sure, want to investigate that if that's the case. Now we've heard maybe the FBI actually started this, but one of the ones that has always held was that this was not an armed insurrection. Officer Dunn, you mentioned that those that stormed the Capitol were very well organized and trained, and let me ask you, and I'll ask actually to all four of you, and Officer Hodges, I know this was part of your job initially before you responded to the Capitol. If
Yes,
in the
I'm
middle of all that
listening to
melee,
that
you see somebody with a gun
testimony
in
that
that
happened earlier
crowd,
today.
would you be able to go out, apprehend, arrest them, read them their rights, and go through that process? Or was the mission at the moment survival and defense of the Capitol? So I'm asking, is it possible that people maybe had guns, and we've seen that actually there were, but this idea that, wow, people weren't arrested with guns, at the time it was raw survival. I'll start with, we can just start
Tower
on the left. Let
defense.
me ask you, what's your response
See if
to
I can
that?
do it with the geo-traveler.
For those people
honestly
who
don't know.
continue to downplay this violent attack on our democracy and our officers, I suggest them to look at the videos and the footage right now, because common things were used as weapons: a baseball bat, a hockey stick, a rebar, a flagpole, including the American flag, pepper spray, bear spray. So you name it. You have all these items and things that were thrown at us and attacked and used to attack us. Those are weapons. No matter if it is a pen, the way they were using these items, it was to hurt officers. It was to hurt police officers. Their intent was not to say, hey, let me go and find the Republicans or the Democrats in there, or the independents. It was every single body that was here in this building, in the Capitol, that their intent was to get them out and hurt them. It would have been a much different outcome had we not stopped them, especially at the lower West Terrace entrance. Even though at that time, we didn't know that that there were other breaches in the Capitol. Our intent was to stop whoever was trying to come in through that door. And those weapons that were used, those were common items. The way they were using it was as weapons.
Let me ask too, in kind of my final moments. Sergeant Cannell, Officer Hodges, you were Virginia Guardsman, I believe, fellow Guardsman.
Yes, sir.
At any time in your service in the military, as you know, I'm an Air Guardsman. Sergeant Cannell, you specifically mentioned your time in Iraq. At any time in your military service, did you change how you defended the person to your left or right, or how you trained with them based on their political affiliation?
No.
Whether it was in war or anything?
No.
No, sir. The way I view it at that time was, I'm an American, and the person right next to me is an American, and I would do everything possibly for me to defend him and the country at that time.
You guys did that? You guys did that in the blue.
Yes, sir.
And I want to say that is the mission of this committee. We may have our deep differences on other policy issues, but we are all Americans today. And we thank you for holding that line.
Congressman, if I may respond to Congressman. When you asked about the armed part, when the assumed officers showed me what appeared to be a police badge, I don't know too many police officers, this is just me being a police officer for 13 years, that carry their badge and don't carry a gun with them. So you look on their hips, you see a print. I didn't see that it was a gun, but a reasonable police officer would believe that that's a gun on their hip.
And just to quickly be specific, a print is basically what looks like the outline of the gun.
That's correct.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, witnesses.
Thank you. Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Schiff.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was on the House floor from the beginning of the joint session until the attack and evacuation by the Capitol Police, and I want to thank you. I'm convinced that one of the lives you saved that day might very well have been my own. We are all greatly in your debt. You are all heroes. Sergeant Gannell, Representative Lofgren asked you about your experience, and I won't ask you to repeat that. I would like the public to see from your perspective some video, if you're comfortable with my showing it.
Yeah, that's fine.
If the clerk could roll the video, please.
You're gonna die tonight! Do you know how to lock them together? Here, like this. Arms through these shields.
Let me take a look at this.
We have a hard platoon guy here. You! Show them how to lock the shields together and hold the shields.
Oh gods.
We need
Wait,
an avenue of escape.
this is even newer. Not like new like time-wise, but like it's a completely new perspective. Hang on. Wow.
Back up. No,
Okay.
Stop.
So this guy's body cam footage is showing a completely different side of the attack that didn't get caught. The fuck?
Sergeant, in that video, one of the first things you hear is someone saying you're going to die tonight. You described in your opening statement being crushed by rioters. You could feel yourself losing oxygen, thinking this was how your life was going to end, trampled to death, defending the Capitol. It's hard for any of us to understand what you went through, even though we were there. It's even harder, I think, for people around the country to understand what that was like. Can you tell us what you were thinking when you were losing oxygen and thought that might be the end?
My rationale there, the way I was thinking, we can't let these people in, no matter what. Even if it cost my life. That had bloody hand that you saw, that's me in there. And both my hands were bleeding bad. And at no point in time did I stop to consider stop, because the attacks were so relentless that all you had to do was, I was thinking was, I need to survive this, if possible, but I'm willing to sacrifice myself to prevent this, the attackers from coming in. I swore an oath and to protect the public, member of Congress, and the United States Constitution. And that's what I was doing that day, regardless of my personal safety, along with everybody else that was there that day. They were calling us traitors, even though they were the one committing the treasonous act that day. It is devastating and demoralizing for people, whoever party is, to call this attack and continue to minimize it like nothing happened. It was an attempted coup that was happening at the Capitol that day. And if it had been another country, the U.S. would have sent help. And people need to understand the severity of and the magnitude of the event that was happening that day. We were all fighting for our lives to give you guys a chance to go home to your family, to escape. And now the same people who we helped, the same people who we gave them the borrowed time to get to safety, now they're attacking us. They're attacking our characters. They're attacking Officer Harriet character, people who never served in the military or as a law enforcement. It's great. My actions that day was to save you guys, regardless of my personal safety. And I still continue to wanting to do that today, tomorrow, and as long as I'm permitted to do it, and if it is demanded of myself to do that in the future.
Sergeant, this obviously had a deep impact on you, all of you, but it's also had a big impact on your family. You described how when you got home you couldn't even hug your wife because you had chemicals all over you. You wanted to go back. It seems like no sooner had you gotten home you wanted to go back.
Yes, sir.
I think I read that you said you felt guilty. Did your wife want you to go back?
No.
Why did you go back? And what was your conversation with her about that?
After I took a shower, I spent about 10 minutes hugging her and my son. I told her I gotta get some sleep because I gotta go back to work. She told me, no, you're not. You hurt. I said, no, I'm still able to continue to carry out my duties. And by 8 o'clock, I was already on my way back, despite her concerns and for my safety. My sense of duty for the country, for the Constitution, at that time was bigger than even my love for my wife and my son. I put that ahead. And for me, it's confounding that some people who have sworn oath, elected officials, including people in the military that I seen at the lower stairs fighting against me, they swore an oath and they're forgetting about that oath. They're not putting the country before the party. And that's what bothers me the most. Because I, as a former soldier, I know what that inherits, that oath. And I was willing, I'm still willing to do that. And we got people right now in front of the Justice Department asking to release some of the very same people to be released, even though we are testifying about the trauma and the agony and everything that happened to us. It's pathetic. And they shouldn't be elected official anymore.
Officer Dunn, you described talking to your fellow black officer about what you went through and experiencing those racial epithets. You asked a question, I think, that I've been haunted by ever since. Is this America? And I'm very interested to know your thoughts on the answer to that question. Is this America what you saw?
Well, thank you for your question. I said this, I've done a few interviews before about my experiences that day. I said that it was a war that we fought, and a war is composed of a bunch of different battles. And everybody, even sitting at this table, fought a different battle that day, but it was all for the same war. And as black officers, I believe we fought a different battle also. And the fact that we had our race attacked and just because of the way we look, you know. To answer your question, frankly, I guess it is America. It shouldn't be, but I guess that's the way that things are. I don't condone it, I don't like it. But, I mean, if you look at our history, of American history, countries existed because they won a war, or colonies and state lines and boundaries exist because of violence and wars. So I guess it sounds silly, but I guess it is American, and but it's not the side of America that I like, not the side of that any of us here represent. We represent the good side of America, the people that actually believe in decency and human decency, and we appeal to just the good in people. That's what we want to see, whether we disagree with how they vote on a bill about infrastructure. Everybody wants the right thing people to do okay. So that's why I'm glad to see this committee composed of Republican members also. So that's encouraging. It's encouraging. So that's the side of America that I say, yes, this is America. This is the side that I like and the side that I acknowledge.
Officer, thank you. I believe in this country, and I believe in it because of people like you who understand what the flag means and what our Constitution means and risk their lives to defend it. I'd like to think, as Amanda Gorman so eloquently said, that we're not broken, we're just unfinished. Because if we're no longer committed to a peaceful transfer of power after our elections, if our side doesn't win, then God help us. We deem elections illegitimate merely because they didn't go our way, rather than trying to do better the next time, then God help us. And if we're so driven by bigotry and hate that we attack our fellow citizens as traitors, if they're born in another country or they don't look like us, God help us. But I have faith because of folks like you. And Adam, I didn't expect this would be quite so emotional either, but it must be an Adam thing today. But I'm so grateful to all of you. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes gentleman from California, Mr. Aguilar.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Gentlemen, like my colleagues, I want to extend my gratitude and appreciation for your service on January 6th and since then, what you've had to go through. I was on the House floor like my colleagues on the 6th when I was told that a violent mob had breached the Capitol. And it's because of your service, it's because of you and your colleagues that we're here today. Because you were literally the last line of physical defense, laying your life on the line for democracy. My time will be limited, so I'll be asking questions of Officer Hodges and Sergeant Gunnell, primarily about the weapons that you observed and how they were used. Officer Hodges, you were in a unique position because you were down Constitution. You were closer to the White House to start, as you indicated in your testimony. During the morning and the early afternoon on the 6th, what did you hear specifically about guns and explosives that had been discovered by your fellow officers?
It's a 50-50 split.
I was listening on the radio to our gun recovery unit, working the crowd. What we usually try to do is wait for the crowd to disperse before making arrests. That way we don't set off a crowd and set off a riot. So I think they might have identified people of interest that they never got a chance to address, and they were working the crowd to try and confirm reports of firearms on certain people, but it's also difficult to do given the nature of the crowd and how many there were. When I heard the REOD confirm the existence of a device, there was only one thing it could be, explosives. But we in 42 we had our own objective, our own mission, so we couldn't really we scanned the crowd, but these people, they know how to conceal their weapons. So on a big avenue like Constitution, you can't really, it's difficult to detect the print, or if it's in a backpack, there's really not much you can do. But we continue to scan the crowd and find what we could, but mostly it was up to our other units to make those discoveries.
You talked about, in response to Representative Cheney, you talked about the gear that the individuals were wearing. So combined with what you saw visually, with what you had heard on the radio about guns, that all kind of led you to give pause about the next few hours, correct?
Absolutely. Once we got to the Capitol and and we were fighting. I was wondering, how many more bombs are there? What's the trigger? Is it going to be a cell phone? Is it on a timer? How many guns are there in this crowd? If we start firing, is that the signal to them to set off the explosives? However many there are in the city, is that the signal for them to break out their firearms and shoot back? So that's the reason, why I didn't shoot anyone, and I imagine why many others didn't, because, like I said before, there were over 9,000 of the terrorists out there with an unknown number of firearms and a couple hundred of us, maybe. So we could not, if that turned into a firefight, we would have lost. And this was a fight we couldn't afford to lose.
I want to play a video, and I'd ask that everyone watching pay attention specifically to the weapons the rioters were using. You can hear someone yell, "Get your machete." You can see officers being attacked with flagpoles, flares, and gas canisters. If we could roll the video.
Still taking rocks, bottles, and pieces of flag and metal poles. Cruiser 50, the crowd is using munitions against us. They have bear spray in the crowd. Bear spray in the crowd.
Let's go, Raphael, we get him.
Sergeant Gannell, in the video, we just saw someone throw a large speaker. Was that directed your way?
I was further inside, and that was afterwards, before they got clear. When they threw the speaker at me, and I was further inside the tunnel.
What types of weapons did you see used against your fellow officers?
Police shields, police baton, the hammer, the sledgehammer that you saw in that video, flagpoles, tasers, pepper spray, bear spray, rebards, bats, PVC pipes, copper pipes, rocks, table legs broken down, furniture broken down, the guardrails for the inauguration stage, homes, 4x4, any weapons, any items that they could get on their hands on.
You were further down the corridor, but the speaker was thrown at you, and it hit your foot. Is that correct?
Correct.
We have a photo.
It was thrown my way, and then when it landed, it hit somebody else, and it hit my foot.
I think we have a photo of your foot here as well that we'd like to show.
That is correct.
Can you tell me how you're doing? You mentioned in your opening statement about your continued physical therapy related to the foot. Can you tell me how you're doing?
The foot, I had several conditions that were.
That was.
One is
Yikes.
fusion on number 1 metatarsal, tarsal, metatarsal. Then there was a hammer toe that as a result of the hit, and then the second and third digit also had damage. And in order to fix one, they needed to correct the big toe to stabilize. If not, I would have later on in the future, I would have had the same problem returning. It is very painful. It is with a lot of patience and determination that I had gone through. I still had the same problems in terms of pain, stiffness, The doctor last week on Tuesday told me that I'm going to need surgery on my shoulder because I have a labrum tear that has now healed even more than 6 months later. And possibly my rotator cuff also doing so well. So that you're talking about 8 months to a year more of physical treatment and rehab.
Sergeant, you're an immigrant from the Dominican
God
Republic,
damn
a
it.
naturalized U.S. citizen, and you mentioned how individuals
Pushed it
had
out of
zeroed
its
in
out of the range of the
on
quest.
your race that day. Can you tell me how that made you feel?
When we were right after MPD just arrived with the fluorescent mountain bike unit, they got there. I was at the front line, and apparently they seen, even through my mask, they saw my skin color and said, "You're not even an American." Regardless, whether I was in the military, they don't know that. Or they yelling and saying all these things to me. I mean, when I heard that, I wasn't even thinking about any racial stuff. I'd be like, okay, you don't know that for a fact, so I'm not even entertaining that. But it's just like Mr. Harry done. It takes time for you to process that. And you only realize what was happening after you go back and see it from a different point in time. Because I only saw that recently, but for me, I wasn't even thinking of it. I'm there to stop them, regardless. I'm not thinking what they were yelling in terms of my skin color or my race. And I know an American soldier and former soldier and a police officer. I didn't take that into account when I was defending all of you guys.
Officer Hodges, you characterized the attack on the Capitol as a white nationalist insurrection. Can you describe what you saw that led you to label the attack that way?
The crowd was overwhelmingly white males, usually a little bit older, middle-aged, older, but some younger. I think out of the entire time I was there, I saw just 2 women and 2 Asian males. Everyone else was white males. They didn't say anything especially xenophobic to me, but to my black colleagues and anyone who's not white. And some of them would try to recruit me. One of them came up to me and said, "Are you my brother?" And there are many known organizations with ties to white supremacy who had a presence there. Like 3%ers, Oath Keepers, that kind of thing. And everyone people who associate with Donald Trump are find more likely to subscribe to that kind of belief system.
I want to thank the 4 of you for taking the very difficult step of sharing your stories and your recollections of the threats, violence that you endured. And no one should have to experience what you went through.
So sorry.
And this committee will continue its work to give a complete accounting of what happened, to protect further officers, and to amplify the stories that you've shared today. Thank you so much for being here. Yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes the gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Murphy, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the witnesses for your testimony today, for your bravery on January 6th, and for your service to our country. I know all of you endured a great deal on January 6th, and I know we've watched a lot of difficult video in this testimony so far, but I hope it's okay with you if I show a brief video of what Officer Hodges experienced that day. Can you please cue the video?
Oh no, another body cam video I haven't seen. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God.
Officer Hodges, I know that must have been difficult to watch, but I really think it's important for the American people to see that, because that's the beginning of the kind of accountability that this committee is committed to in order for us to do what you said, moving forward as a country. You know, January 6th was an attack on our democracy. It was an attack on the peaceful transfer of power, and it was an attack on this Capitol building. But it was also an attack on real people. And most people don't know this, and I don't think even you know this, but your actions had a profound impact on me. So at 3 p.m. on January 6th, while you were holding back the mob at the Lower West Terrace entrance, I was holed up with Congresswoman Kathleen Rice in a small office about 40 paces from the tunnel that you all were in. That's about the distance where I'm sitting here on the dais to that back wall. And from that office, in close proximity to where you all held the line, I listened to you struggle. I listened to you yelling out to one another. I listened to you care for one another, directing people back to the makeshift eye wash station that was at the end of our hall. And then I listened to people coughing, having difficulty breathing. But I watched you and heard you all get back into the fight. And I think Congresswoman Rice and I were the only members of Congress to be down there on that Lower West Terrace. You know, we had taken refuge in that office because we thought for sure being in the basement at the heart of the Capitol was the safest place we could be. And it turned out we ended up at the center of the storm. And Officer Fanone, you had said, you know, you were 250 feet off of that tunnel and you felt certain that they were going to kill you. Imagine if they had caught the two members of Congress that were just 40 feet from where you all were. And I know Sergeant Gannell and Officer Hodges, you both said that you didn't realize that other parts of the Capitol had been breached, but you really felt like you were the last line of defense. Well, I'm telling you that you were our last line of defense. And during the exact period of time, Officer Hodges, in that video where you were sacrificing your body to hold that door, it gave Congresswoman Rice and I and the Capitol Police officers who had been sent to extract us the freedom of movement on that hallway to escape down the other end of that hallway. And I shudder to think about what would have happened had you not held that line. You know, I have 2 young children. I have a 10-year-old son and a 7-year-old daughter. And they're the light of my life. And the reason I was able to hug them again was because of the courage that you and your fellow officers showed that day. And so just a really heartfelt thank you. I think it's important for everybody, though, to remember that the main reason rioters didn't harm any members of Congress was because they didn't encounter any members of Congress. And they didn't encounter any members of Congress because law enforcement officers did your jobs that day, and you did it well. I think without you, what would have been a terrible and what was a terrible and tragic day would have been even more terrible and more tragic. So just very grateful for all of you. And now I'd like to talk a little bit about that video. You've talked a little bit about it in your opening statement, but can you walk us through what is happening in that scene? My understanding is that is a mix of your body camera as well as video from other vantage points.
That's correct. At the beginning, you see me walking into the Capitol. That was after we were driven off of the West Terrace. I think you see me spit on the floor, unfortunately. Trying to clear my lungs and mouth of all the CS and OC. You see me preparing my gas mask, donning it, ready to go back out there. And I followed the noise to the tunnel where it was just, you know, wall-to-wall people packed, fighting for with everything they had. It was full of OC and CS gas at the time, and I believe that thickest smoke was from a fire extinguisher. You could see all the residue on the officers who were there. And it's like I said before, you know, they outnumbered us 50-something to 1, so it didn't matter how many we defeated. We just had to hold on. We couldn't let anyone through, and they always had a relative, essentially an infinite number of replacements. They'd say, you know, we need fresh patriots up here, and there would be more. So we just had to hold until someone came to help. And like I said, once I got to the front, I didn't want any more pressure on the officers behind me. So I tried to insert myself to where I could use the door frame, brace myself, and push forward so we could take back more territory. Unfortunately, that backfired. So once we lost ground, I was unable to retreat. I was crushed up against the door frame. And in my most vulnerable moments, the man in front of me took advantage and beat me in the head, ripped off my gas mask, straining my neck, skull, split my lip open, just everything he could. And at that point, I recognized that if I stayed there, then I was gonna, pass out from lack of oxygen or get dragged out into the crowd and end up like Fanon. So I called for help. I tried to make it clear that my position was untenable. I had to fall back, and thankfully the other officers heard that, were able to get me out of there. And to the back where I recuperated as best I could before I got back out there again.
Well, it's clear that you suffered immense pain from the assault. It's clear that you were outnumbered, and yet you just said you got back out there again. Tell me, what's worth all of that pain? What was worth it? What were you fighting for that day?
Democracy. You were 40 feet away, 40 yards, whatever. Especially with the razor-thin margins on Democrats and Republicans in the House and Senate, if any single one person was kidnapped or killed, which I have no doubt in my mind is what they intended, that would affect the outcome of legislation and all your duties for years to come. And if that's just one person, what if, more than one person? The difference would be even greater than what should be and will be. And obviously for each other, your immediate concern is the well-being of your colleagues, the other officers who were there fighting beside me. I think I can speak for everyone when I say we worry about each other more than ourselves. That's just in our nature. It's part of why you become a police officer. So, like when Fanone said he was trying to find out who needs help, no one would volunteer. That's just an example of that kind of mindset that we have. So it was for democracy. It was for men and women of the House and Senate. It was for each other, and it was for the future of the country.
Thank you, Officer Hodges, and thank you all for defending democracy. And I appreciate your testimony, and I appreciate your continued service. With that, I yield back.
Young lady yields back. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Rask.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sergeant Cannell, Officer Fanone, Officer Hodges, Officer Dunn. You are great law enforcement officers and a hero to law enforcement officers across the country. You're great public servants. You are a hero to public servants across the country. But you are great Americans, and you are heroes to all of America. And long after you are gone, you will be remembered as heroes to our country, along with your fellow officers. And those who attacked you and those who beat you are fascist traitors to our country and will be remembered forever as fascist traitors. Now, Officer Dunn, I've got to start with you because you're my constituent. And you are the pride of Maryland today because of the way you stood up for the Capitol and for the Congress and for our democracy. But you said something fascinating in your testimony. You said you've never seen anybody physically assault a single officer before in your 13 years on the force, much less thousands and thousands of people attacking hundreds of officers. So how did you experience that when it first happened?
So with regards to the never seen, I've seen videos of officers being attacked and people resisting arrest, but to clarify, it's never been the assault on the scales that we have seen like that before. I just wanted to clarify that. Can you repeat your question?
Well, actually, it leads to my next one, actually. You made a really interesting point. You said you'd seen protests for many, many years. You'd seen even civil disobedience for many years. There's an effort today to portray the events of January 6th like some kind of resurrection of Dr. King's March on Washington in 1963. And I've seen a lot of protests here too. I've seen the March for Our Lives that the young people did about gun violence. I see people marching for DC statehood, arguing for their rights to representation in Congress, and I've seen civil disobedience. But was this like any of those rallies or marches or demonstrations you'd ever seen? And if not, what was different about it?
So the marches the protests that you specifically talked about, I'll go a step further and talk about the ones that had the potential to be not so peaceful. You had the Million Man March rally, the 20th anniversary of it. There was a lot of opposition to that. You had the Klan that came up here. You had people that were pro-guns that wanted to come up here. So all of those had the potential to be very violent and frankly quite deadly, but they did not. This wasn't the first time that, if I can just use this quote, that the MAGA people came up here to the Capitol before. They were in DC before. There were some skirmishes, but it was never the attempt to overthrow democracy. They came up, I think this was maybe their second or third time that they had come up on January 6th. And even then, as belligerent as they were, didn't account to this violence. So the only difference that I see in that is that they had marching orders, so to say. When people feel emboldened by people in power, they assume that they're right. Like one of the scariest things about January 6th is that the people that were there, even to this day, think that they were right. They think that they were right, and that makes for a scary recipe for the future of this country. So I think that's why it's very important that you all take this committee seriously and get to the bottom of why this happened, and let's make it never happen again.
Thank you. Officer Fanone, I think you've given our committee our marching orders today, which is to hold the line. You held the line, and now we've got to hold the line. So I want to thank you for that. If we show a fraction of the courage and the valor that you all demonstrated on January 6th, then we will hold the line in this committee. But I want to ask you about holding the line. And I want to go back to this question of weapons so we can clear this up, because there are still some people who are saying that the insurrectionists were unarmed. And I wonder what your reaction is to that, because we've heard about, well, first of all, rampant baseball bats, lead pipes, Confederate battle flags, and so on. And what about the question of firearms? So what is your reaction generally to this proposition that they weren't armed?
First and foremost, I would say that the implements that you just described are most certainly weapons. With regards to firearms, I know that in the days immediately before the January 6th insurrection and January 6th itself, firearms were recovered by law enforcement from individuals in Washington, D.C. Who were believed to have been participants, or at least those who were planning to participate in the January 6th insurrection. And yes, those were firearms, handguns, and such.
But forgive me for these questions, but I've got to ask you, apparently in some nether regions of the internet, it's being said that you, Officer Fanone, maybe were mistaken for Antifa, and that's why you were nearly beaten to death that day and carried in the crowd. Is there any way you think you were mistaken for Antifa?
Well, I was in full uniform. I was, like I said, wearing my uniform shirt adorned with the Metropolitan Police Department's patch. Had my badge on until somebody ripped it off my chest.
Yeah.
I do not believe I was mistaken for a member of Antifa.
You mentioned in your testimony that there's some people who would prefer that all of this go away, that we not have an investigation. Let's let bygones be bygones. But you seem pretty determined to get the country to focus on this. Why is that so important to you?
Well, first and foremost, because of the actions of officers who responded there that day, specifically from my department, but also from the U.S. Capitol Police and some of the surrounding jurisdictions. Downplaying the events of that day is also downplaying those officers' response. And like Sergeant Gunnell said, some of the officers, part of the healing process from recovering from the traumatic events of that day is having the nation accept the fact that that day happened.
Some people are saying that that as public servants, you all should not be speaking out, that cops, firefighters, teachers should just serve the public but should not speak out as citizens. What do you think about that, Officer Fanone?
Well, I disagree. I've been outspoken throughout my career, never to this magnitude. As an undercover officer and a narcotics officer, I preferred obscurity in the public eye. However, this event is something that we have not experienced in our lifetimes.
Officer Hodges, I read your testimony carefully. I hope every American reads your testimony. But I noted that you referred to terrorists or terrorism 15 different times. to describe the people who were assaulting officers, dragging them through the crowd, stealing their weapons, smashing them over the head, gouging eyes, and so on. However, some of our colleagues have been calling the violent insurrectionists not terrorists, but tourists. Why do you call the attackers terrorists, and what do you think about our colleagues who think we should call them tourists?
Well, if that's what American tourists are like, I can see why foreign countries don't like American tourists.
Oh, that's a good one. That cuts the tension.
But I can see
Thank you.
why
Thank
someone
you.
would take issue with the title of terrorist. It's gained a lot of notoriety in our vocabulary in the past few decades. And we like to believe that, no, that couldn't happen here. No domestic terrorism, no homegrown threats. But I came prepared. U.S. Code, Title 18, Part 1, Chapter 113, B as in Brown, Section 2331. The term domestic terrorism means activities that involve acts dangerous to human life that are a violation of the criminal laws of the United States or of any state, and B, appear to be intended to intimidate or coerce a civilian population, or to influence the policy of a government by intimidation or coercion, or to affect the conduct of a government by mass destruction, assassination, or kidnapping, and occur primarily within the territorial jurisdiction of the United States.
Well, thank you for that. And I had one final question for Sergeant Cannell, but it looks like my time is up, so I'll yield back to you.
Chair will give the gentleman opportunity to ask his
Thank you for
question.
your indulgence, Mr. Chairman. Are there questions, Sergeant Cannell, that you hope we can answer as a committee about the causes of the attack, the nature of the attack, and what happened in the weeks prior to January 6th as we develop our work plan moving forward?
I think, in my opinion, we do need to get to the bottom of it. Who incited, who brought those people here? Why did people were made to believe that the process was rigged along those lines? But going back to what I just said, I had my 15 years of service. I had given thousands of, I had given tour to thousands of people at the Capitol as an officer, as a sergeant, and even in plain clothes uniform. At no point in time did I ever got attacked. I don't know why. How would you call an attack on police officer a tour when you see me bleeding my hands, and you see all the officers getting concussion, getting maimed, getting fingers shattered. I got gouged. It's undescribable. You defending the undefensible. And it demoralized not just the rank and file, but the future recruits that we are trying to get. So what do you think people considering becoming law enforcement officers think when they see elected leaders downplaying this? And why would I risk my life for them when they don't even care? They don't care what happened to the public. They don't care what happened to the officers. All they care is their job, their position. If they don't have the courage to put their job on the line because they want to feed some lies or not to feed somebody's ego or like for a tweet, that's not putting the country first. We are willing to risk our life, or at least make it worth it. We are trying, we do that regardless, whether we're Republican, Democrat, Independent. We don't care. When there's a call, a radio call, or dispatch sends a call, we don't ask, hey, by the way, before I treat you, before I take care of you, are you a Republican or Democrat or Independent? We don't. We just respond. And normally, under any other circumstances, we just stay shut. We don't talk about politics. We don't talk about what happened to us. But this is bigger than that. You downplaying an event that happened to the country itself, to democracy, to the rule of law. You're talking about people who claim that they are pro-law enforcement, pro-police, pro-law and order. And then yet when they have the chance and the opportunity to do something about it, to hold people accountable, you don't. You pass the bucket like nothing happened. And it's so devastating for recruiting. Yes, we need bodies right now, but this makes it harder, especially when you're trying to attract the talent that we need. People who are willing to risk their lives to protect you guys.
Well, thank you very much, Sergeant Cannell. And Mr. Chairman, the question was asked by Officer Dunn, is this America? I think these gentlemen embody the spirit of America, and we must do justice to their sacrifice in the work of our committee. I yield back.
No question about it. Chair recognizes the young lady from Virginia, Ms. Laurier.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I want to say to the 4 officers here today that I'm grateful for your service, for you sharing your stories, for your willingness to speak to the members of this committee and to the American people about the horrific things that you experienced on January 6th, truly experienced in defense of our democracy. Sergeant Cannell, we talked earlier and you mentioned the many times that you took the oath, both to become a naturalized citizen, to join the Army, to serve as an officer of the Capitol Police Force. And Officer Hodges, you mentioned as well, as a National Guardsman, and as a police officer. And myself, something I can't share with you the horrific experiences that you had that day. But all of us having taken that oath, and I took it when I was 17 and joined the Navy in over 2 decades, Sergeant Cannell, when you mentioned and compared this earlier to the experiences that you had in Iraq, that in a war zone, you didn't feel like you felt that day. Can you share that with us in a little more detail, what was going through your head, your thoughts about what you had experienced defending our nation on foreign soil and then being here in the heart of our nation in our capital and being assaulted the way that you were?
It is very disappointing in terms of like when you see, when I was at the Lower West Terrace, and I saw many officers fighting for their lives against people, rioters, our own citizens, turning against us, people who had the thin blue line on their chest, or another rider with a Marine hat that says veteran, or any other type of military paraphernalia and whatnot. And then they're accusing us of betraying the oath, or they the one betraying the oath. When I was in Iraq, the sense of camaraderie, it didn't matter whether you were white, black, Spanish, Middle East. We all knew what we were fighting for. And my experience there was there were times that I was scared of going on convoys or doing my supply mission to local Iraqi population, because when we were possibly ambushed or getting shot at. We knew the risk. But here it was simultaneously over and over, our own citizens, while they were attacking us, because were defending the very institution that they are claiming they're trying to save.
Thank you for sharing that. And I know it's been difficult today as we've watched these images from the Capitol, but I did want to share one more video. But this time I would ask people, you could even Like, close your eyes and listen without watching. Just listen to what is being said as these brave men were being overrun.
Fuck you guys! You can't even call yourself American! You broke your fucking nose today! 1776!
22 years, I know. You're a traitor.
So, Officer Fanone, I wanted to turn to you. And when you hear the rioters chanting things in this video, things like F the blue, you can't even call yourself an American, you're on the wrong side of freedom, can you share how that makes you feel?
Again, I think when my response that day, and at no point that day did I ever think about the politics of that crowd. Even the things that were being said did not resonate in the midst of that chaos. But what did resonate was the fact that thousands of Americans were attacking police officers who were simply there doing their job. And that they were there to disrupt members of Congress who were doing their job. In retrospect now, thinking about those events, the things that were said, it's disgraceful that members of our government, I believe, were responsible for inciting that behavior and then continue to propagate those statements. Things like, this was the 1776, or that police officers who fought risked their lives, and some who gave theirs were redcoats and traitors. To me, those individuals are representative of the worst that America has to offer.
Thank you. And thinking about the events that happened on January 6th and thinking about what led up to that day, I was reminded of a quote that I frequently heard used from Hemingway that asks, how do these things happen? How do things like this happen? And that quote, it's very short. It just says, gradually and then suddenly. And I think that our founders understood that our republic was very fragile and it would be tested. And it was tested here on January 6th. In 20 years, I don't want to look back on this moment and think that we saw these signs coming gradually, that these were signs that we ignored, that signs that people thought were just isolated incidents or signs of things that we thought could never happen. And I don't want to say to my daughter or Sergeant Gunnell to your son or Officer Fanone to your 4 daughters, I don't want any of us to say that this happened gradually and then suddenly. And that some were just too worried about winning the next election to do something about it or too cowardly to seek the truth. So that's the task before this committee. I'm sure that we'll be attacked by cowards, by those in the arena, those only in the stands, and that we'll be attacked by people who are more concerned about their own power than about the good of this country. But my oath, your oath, all of our oaths here today to protect and defend the Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic, will be our guiding light for this investigation. And as Officer Dunn said earlier, you said we can never again allow our democracy to be put in peril. So I will say that we will persevere, we will do what is right, and our nation is truly ever grateful to you who held that line. Your actions on January 6th could very well have been what saved our democracy, and we thank you.
Young lady yields
Mr.
back.
Chair, I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman from Maryland asked a question in terms of what you would expect this committee to do in our body of work. Sergeant Grinnell responded, but we didn't give the other three members an opportunity to kind of tell us, based on the last 202 days of your life, what would you pass this committee in its body of work? What would you like to see us do? Officer Fanon, I'll start with you.
Yes, sir. So while I understand that there have been investigations into the events of January 6th, my understanding is that those have addressed some of the micro level concerns, that being the immediate security of the Capitol building itself, also the forced mobilization of officers that day, planning and preparation, and training and equipment concerns. A lot of, the events of January 6th and the days preceding, I guess it's interesting, and from a law enforcement perspective, as a police officer, a lot of these events happened in plain sight. We had violent political rhetoric. We had the organization of a rally whose title was Stop the Steal. And that rally occurred on January 6th, which I don't believe was a coincidence that on January 6th, members of Congress, you here in the room today, were charged with tallying the electoral votes and certifying the election of our president. And in the academy, we learn about time, place, and circumstance in investigating potential crimes and those who may have committed them. And so the time, the place, and the circumstances of that rally, that rhetoric, and those events, to me, leads in the direction of our president and other members, not only of Congress and the Senate, but that is what I am looking for, is an investigation into those actions and activities which may have resulted in the events of January 6th, and also whether or not there was collaboration between those members, their staff, and these terrorists.
Thank you very much. Officer Hodges.
I think Fanon hit the nail on the head there. As patrol officers, we can only, deal with the crimes that happen on the streets, the misdemeanors, and occasionally the violent felonies. But you guys are the only ones we've got to deal with crimes that occur above us. I need you guys to address if anyone in power had a role in this. if anyone in power coordinated or aided or abetted or tried to downplay, tried to prevent the investigation of this terrorist attack, because we can't do it. We're not allowed to. And I think the majority of Americans are really looking forward to that as well.
Thank you. Officer Dunn.
Thank you, Chairman. There's been a sentiment that's going around that says everybody's trying to make January 6th political. Well, it's not a secret that it was political. They literally were there to stop the steal. So when people say it shouldn't be political, it is. It was and it is. There's no getting around that. Telling the truth shouldn't be hard. Fighting on January 6th, that was hard. Showing up January 7th, that was hard. The 8th, the 9th, the 10th, all the way till today, that was hard. When the fence came down, that was hard. We lost our layer of protection that we had, and the fence came down and still nothing has changed. Everything is different, but nothing has changed. Liz Cheney and Adam Kinzinger are being lauded as courageous heroes. And while I agree with that notion, why? Because they told the truth? Why is telling the truth hard? I guess in this America, it is. Us 4 officers, we would do January 6th all over again. We wouldn't stay home because we knew it was going to happen. We would show up. That's courageous. That's heroic. So what I ask from you all is to get to the bottom of what happened. And that includes, like, I echo the sentiments of all of the other officers sitting here. I use an analogy to describe what I want as a hitman. If a hitman is hired and he kills somebody, the hitman goes to jail. And not only does the hitman go to jail, but the person who hired them does. There was an attack carried out on January 6th, and a hitman sent them. I want you to get to the bottom of that. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Very powerful comments, by the way.
Chairman Thompson.
Yes.
If I may add, I also would like to for you guys to give us the tools, or at least the things we need to succeed, continue to protecting you guys. It's I think that's essential for you guys to provide us what we need in terms of like financially. I don't know, I'm not part of the innuendo about how that process works, but perhaps fortifying the capital, that will help. I know we were literally desperate. If we had that, that would have made a big difference in January 6th. I know people want to keep this place open to the public as much as possible, but there are things that we could do to remediate that, and also, or to reinforce entrances and whatnot. It's hard, but it takes will. I know I can tell the Capitol has some regulations and whatnot, but the time had passed. We still have security measures from 20 years ago. That had to go. We need to reinvent the wheel and change that. But only you guys have the power to authorize that. They won't do it unless you guys do. The other thing is, we still only operating on certain things that we could adjust. Things that we were doing back when 9/11 happened. We're still doing it today, even 6 months after the attack on the Capitol. But only you, perhaps with the chief of police, the new chief of police, which he seems receptive to some of these changes, perhaps. that would change. But we too, just like Officer Don said, we still doing things that prior to January 6th we were doing, and we're still doing it today. And I think that should change. Thank you.
Well, again, thank all of you for your testimony, and obviously you are real heroes in this situation. What you did in committee's opinion helped preserve this democracy. The time you gave for reinforcements finally get to the Capitol made the difference. So for that, we thank you. But you carried out your duties at tremendous risk. Now we on this committee have a duty, however, a far less dangerous one, but an essential one, to get to the bottom of what happened that day. We cannot allow what happened on January 6th to ever happen again. We owe it to the American people. We owe it to you and your colleagues, and we will not fail, I assure you, in that responsibility. Thank you again to our witnesses, as well as our distinguished colleagues of the committee. Any closing remarks? Without objections, members will be permitted 10 business days to submit statements for the record, including opening remarks and additional questions for witnesses, to appropriate staff at all meetings of the Select Committee. Without objection, the committee stands adjourned.
Okay, so okay. First half, second half. That's interesting. Okay. So that was the hearing. I mean, it was okay. Let's see if there's anything else for us to listen to, because we got another hour and 15 minutes, give or take. I was gonna do other stuff, but then I literally only had time for one 4-hour stream today, which is why I chose Genshin instead of Project Diva. I mean, I guess we can listen to a news program. This is another one from the Young Turks Network. They do a really good job of giving news analysis in a way that is relatable. And they also have some good guest hosts on every now and then, so here we go.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to another episode here at the Damage Report. Still with that old, busted intro that I keep saying I'm going to replace, but clearly I'm not going to. But we do have something to look forward to, and that is Jason Carter. Jason, how's it going?
John, first, I'm glad to be back. Secondly, for all the dragons out there, I am in the midst of a Florida summer with no air conditioning in my new home, and every door in my house is open, and I am schwitzing out of control. But I'm good. Other than that, I'm great, John. Glad to be back. And introducing my newest coffee addiction, Kirkland cold brew coffee. No calories, no sugar, completely boring, and it's supposed to be reportedly, there are claims that this is healthier for you, so I'm here for it. We're giving it a whirl, but this may be the last time it makes an appearance on the Damage Report, so savor it now.
So you're enjoying that more than, like, the Monster in the morning?
Well, yeah, I had to give up the Monster because I was reading that it makes certain things not work anymore, and I'm not trying to venture down that lane anytime soon, so I had to, So, John, good luck.
Okay, hold on, I need to Google. Anyway, I thought it just gave you a heart attack, but now it's gotten serious.
Right.
Anyway, well, we're glad to have you here in the Florida heat. All he's doing is glowing more, so that's cool. Meanwhile, I'm kind of cold, and I look sweatier than he does, so that's cool. Anyway.
Hey, John, look, I would take you looking sweatier and having incredible lighting than me being forced to be in front of a door hoping for the clouds to part to illuminate all of my melanin. So the struggle's real on both
your
coasts.
Lighting. Shut up. Your lighting looks great. Anyway, thank you, everybody, for being here for our talk. If you are new to the show, it's 90 minutes every weekday about energy drinks and perspiration. It's kind of popular, weirdly. We thought it would be niche. But anyway, we got a lot of news for you. We're going to be diving into the beginning of the testimony and the investigation of the attack on January 6th. And it has been wild. Some of the reactions have been even more wild. So get ready for a whole bunch of that. Then, did you know the Olympics are going on? I know it's a sports thing, but I looked it up and it is happening. We've got some big developments on that as well. I love this. Once every 4 years, a reason that I actually want to talk sports. So we're going to do that. We're going to see how much Jason has been following it, so that'll be fun. And then, like, what can you expect when it comes to masks and vaccine mandates coming up? We're going to see great stuff having to do with Matt Gaetz. Members that are soon about to be part of his family are owning him on TikTok. So that sounds like a lot of fun, doesn't it? Well, if you think so, then don't go anywhere. We got a lot coming up for you. And if along the way you'd like to send us any comments, sweet super chats, or anything like that, we'll respond as we go. Before that, though, if you could hit the like button, that'd be nice. Feel free to share the stream so that people know we're live and they can join us and take part in the conversation. But other than that, what are you thinking, Jason? You ready to jump into this thing?
Yeah, well, I mean, with the heat, I might pass out, so we might as well get into it before we have to call paramedics. The iguanas outside need to call the paramedics for me.
Yeah, I hear that the iguanas are coming from inside the apartment, actually. Yeah, if we ever go to Jason's shot and it's just empty, he's passed out on the floor, someone please call 911. But anyway, okay, with that, let's jump into this. I think we're going directly into this video.
During the assault, I thought about using my firearm on my attackers, but I knew that if I did, I would be quickly overwhelmed. And that, in their minds, would provide them with the justification for killing me. So I instead decided to appeal to any humanity they might have. I said as loud as I could manage, I've got kids.
So that is Michael Fanone that you were hearing right there, one of the Capitol Police officers whose body cam footage from January 6th had some of the toughest to watch, toughest to digest footage from that day of him being surrounded by Trump fans who were doing everything they could to murder him. Some assisting him, thankfully, but many attempting to kill him. He thought about using deadly force, decided not to. Obviously, we're glad for that. Cops generally are too eager to do it. In this case, I think that his thought process was probably true. If he'd begun firing, I believe that they would have killed him, whether with the gun or otherwise. I think that that would have led to more widespread violence, not just where he was at, but potentially rippling through the crowd. So we're gonna have more of Michael Fanone, but Jason, what'd you think about that start for you?
John, first of all, I couldn't agree with you more. That him opening fire in such, I mean, this was the last time we saw this video on the damage report. I got really emotional because, yeah, as he said, as John just said in his testimony, you know, I have children. It's a lot to digest, right? Secondly, yeah, agreeing with you 100%. Had he opened fire, more loss of life would have happened. Then another conversation of police brutality would have been ushered in a different way. It wouldn't have been police brutality against people of color. It would have been some other spun dramatic event of police brutality that would have not ended. It would have been really bad, I guess is what I'm trying to say. But I think that had I been in that situation, I always try to put myself in the shoes of someone in any misfortunate situation. He had to act fast, act quick, and also save his life. And hats off to him, right? I mean, what else do you do in that situation but try to protect yourself, but also use the training and enacted training that that has been imbued upon you to do your job. You know, yeah. It's crazy. And the trauma he's reliving again, right? So it's when you experience it, that's one traumatic event. You're put on the stand, you have to relive that all over again and be very clear and concise and to the point of what happened to you. That's also got to be painful, not only for him, but you mentioned rippling effects for his family and everyone else that's close to him that could have possibly lost this man.
Exactly. Yeah. Now, I want to give you a little bit more of him talking about what was happening, in particular, them trying to take his gun and him believing to kill him with it.
Some in the crowd stepped in and assisted me. Those few individuals protected me from a crowd and inched me toward the Capitol until my fellow officers could rescue me. I was carried back inside. What happened afterwards is much less vivid. I had been beaten unconscious and remained so for more than 4 minutes. I know that Jimmy helped to evacuate me from the building and drove me to MedStar Washington Hospital Center, despite suffering significant injuries himself.
Okay, so I apologize. I was thinking of a different video, but there he does begin the talk about his injuries, including that he had a heart attack, he had a concussion, a traumatic brain injury, and PTSD. In a little bit, we're going to be giving you some of the response from right-wingers who are watching that. So I just want you to bear in mind how badly he was beaten by the MAGA crowd there before we get to that. But that said, let's go to just a little bit more of Michael Fanone, and Jason and I will give you our thoughts.
What makes the struggle harder and more painful is to know so many of my fellow citizens, including so many of the people I put my life at risk to defend, are downplaying or outright denying what happened. I feel like I went to hell and back to protect them and the people in this room. But too many are now telling me that hell doesn't exist, or that hell actually wasn't that bad. The indifference shown to my colleagues is disgraceful. My law enforcement career prepared me to cope with some of the aspects of this experience. Being an officer, you know your life is at risk whenever you walk out the door, even if you don't expect otherwise law-abiding citizens to take up arms against you. But nothing, truly nothing, has prepared me to address those elected members of our government who continue to deny the events of that day, and in doing so, betray their oath of office.
And they've been doing it since the event, or to be clear, some of them immediately after the event seemed to get what was going on and were clearly worried about backlash from the electorate. I mean, even, Kevin McCarthy had said that Trump was responsible for this. But then they collected themselves, they looked out their right-wing media and at the MAGA base and realized, oh no, wait, they're cool with this. They're gonna run with it. they're fine with it, so now we're fine with it. And so as Michael Fanone was saying, Jason, they have spent all the time up until now, including today, denying that it's serious, that it's something you should worry about. Nothing should be done. It doesn't reflect badly on anyone except, I don't know, maybe Antifa or something.
Well, I mean, so visually and audibly, listening to Michael's testimony, it's indicative of the treachery that has that you know, and again, people always come at me for entering color into the situation, but marginalized groups of people have been talking about this treachery that's been happening for years, right? We protect veterans, people who serve our countries, do their jobs, protect everyone, regardless of their intentions. And yet, here's Michael Fanone, who was doing his job and was attacked by the same people that he was sworn to protect. And the face of who's saying this is a cisgender white male, right? This is like the holy grail of existence in our country. And he's saying, smacking his hand on the table, you all betrayed me, right? You all tried to kill me. John, he mentioned, and you also mentioned that he had PTSD, a heart attack, a concussion, almost died, right? All of those things could have ended his life, and all those things are going to add to the continuous PTSD that he's going to experience from now probably for the rest of his life. So I think it's a very cautionary tale to all of these people who are on that right base that, as you said, they collected themselves and realized, no, we got to fall back in line. We got to get information because we don't want our well-being to be affected. This is a cautionary tale that, there is no loyalty here, regardless. And not to mitigate or minimize what he experienced, not at all. I'm just drawing a parallel as to the two-faced nature of these people that are saying, hey, the insurrection on January 6th didn't happen. No, homeboy, it did happen. And one of your own, if you will, is saying, I'm a victim of that. Wake up. Get it together. I am the face of that. And I'm not a dark face. I'm not a brown face. I am a white face.
Yeah. No, you're 100% right. The testimony is powerful to the extent that people see it. It should be powerful. And supposedly, at least at the beginning, Fox was actually showing what was going on. OAN wasn't. I don't know about Newsmax. We'll see if they stuck with it throughout, because there's other cops that came up, and we're going to show you some of their video. But that is powerful. But then, I don't even think we need, what he said was great. But just seeing the body cam footage, I think tells the story pretty well, but oh wait, I guess not, because that's been out for months and it didn't convince anyone of anything. It's just like, it's the final nail in the coffin of, well, God, if we only had video, it would convince people. I mean, since when has body cam footage convinced supporters of cops anything? In this case, they're against the cops. And again, it's not convenient. We don't like what's on the video, so we're going to pretend it's not there. That is no way to go through your life. Just because something is inconvenient, you can't just run from it, except tens of millions of Americans are currently doing that. So another reason why this testimony is important, and I don't know Michael Fanone, I don't know anything about his politics. All I know is that he is saying what happened to him, and I am hoping that people won't be able to deny it.
Right. I mean, he has no reason to lie. And what if your question was, okay, the holy grail of receipts, if you will, and the holy grail of proof is video, right? It's footage. The camera doesn't lie. It's what else do we need? Do we need TikTok, a TikTok challenge? Do we need billboards plastered everywhere? Do we need a meme on social media? Do we need YouTube videos? Like, what is it going to take for people to believe this? Because anyone watching this, like John, I consider myself a very balanced and not an emotional person. I'm not moved a lot with things. I'm very, very methodical with stuff. When I heard that video and saw that video, you guys were here, you guys watching, I was moved to tears by that. That was so visceral. Any human being watching that, any politician.
Get ready.
Yeah, it's
ready, because we got some more, man. It's gonna get rough. But that said, first, Officer Mike Fanone was the first to his testimony at the
I'm
Capitol
actually
Commission
not
started
talking.
to go viral. People were really.
Hi, I'm actually not talking. I'm listening to a news program, Logan. I just spent the last couple hours finishing up listening to the testimony on Capitol Hill about the January 6th riot. There was some new body cam footage from 4 of the officers who were injured, and the things that the rioters were saying and shouting were not only anti-cop, but they were very, very very pro-Trump, which, given how the Republican Party presents themselves, yeah, that says something. So, immediately after I switched to listening to this news program, they are covering what I just watched, and hopefully they are giving analysis.
Paying attention to it, but not everyone who was paying attention to it.
They haven't
was
actually
convinced
analyzed
by what
it.
he was saying. Now,
they've
only
just
bear in
presented
mind,
the
is
same things I heard.
officer
So
who was nearly beaten to death by a crowd of Trump supporters. Trump supporters who say they back the blue, they've got the blue line flag and everything, and then they use it to try to beat cops they don't like to death. So that was an ultimate betrayal of that supposed patriotism that they have when it comes to cops. As that's going on, as his footage is playing live, the most successful and popular host at Newsmax, Greg Kelly, who I'm sure you haven't heard of, but I guess there's millions of conservatives who care what he thinks, tweeted, "Sorry, but I don't think this guy was ever cut out to be a cop." He's talking about how they nearly murdered him as he is desperately trying to still do his duty and stop them from getting in and killing elected representatives. Sorry, I don't think he was ever cut out to be a cop. Then he says, is it possible Fanone was mistaken for Antifa? He often, for media appearances, has worn all black, but no insignia, police patches, rank. Wait, so it wasn't that they were trying to kill a cop, they were trying to kill Antifa, even though you all think he was being attacked by Antifa. So why are they attacking him at that point? I don't understand that at all. That was just the first two of several more. This guy should have never been out there. He's got a chip on his shoulder.
Okay, so
no, he doesn't have a chip on his shoulder. He has a traumatic brain injury because your fans nearly beat him to death. But as it's going on, like, I expected, Jason, they would just back off. Like, this is going to be really inconvenient. It's best if we don't even acknowledge it. No, they're going hard against the cops that their fans tried to kill.
Right. The lack of human decency. You know, I have five uncles who are police officers in 3 major metropolitan areas, and I talked to 2 of them about what happened, and even they said that is like the scariest thing they've seen. And these people work in major metropolitan areas with some pretty bad crime, right? Also, he's saying that he would be Antifa because he wears black all the time and there's no patches. Well, there's a lot of undercover cops that don't wear police uniforms and have patches, and they're not very clear that they're law enforcement. What is that, right? These tweets are, can I say bitch on the Young Turks? That's not a bad word, right?
You can. You also already did, but yes, you can.
Okay, sorry. Those tweets are what I would
It's too late
call,
at this point.
Yeah, please, FCC, don't come for me. Those are bitch moves.
Same,
from
because I'm
that
rebroadcasting
tweeter,
this one.
whose name I will not. So. He's like Voldemort. He shall not be mentioned. Because
playing Genshin
again, it goes
Impact,
back to the jettisoning of seeing this person's life almost ended, right? Because you're so staunch in how you feel politically, and you're so staunch on trying to keep this narrative going. Instead of, the lesser of 2 evils, John, would be to just stop talking about it, which is also very egregious. However, I would rather them not say anything than to go hard in the paint and go ham sandwiches and really say this guy is not cut out to be a cop who's given his life to being a cop, right? That's probably like the very fiber and cellular makeup of his being is being a law enforcement person and gives him purpose in his life. So you're going to go to Twitter and say he's not cut out to be a cop. Yo, get behind your keyboard and you go and do what this person does daily. And then come back and see who's not cut out to be a cop, right?
Yeah, you're totally right. And look, the entire subject is obviously rife with, you have this particular incident, and then you have it occurring in a context where we're having a general nationwide conversation about policing, about violence of police, about other protests. And many people want to muddy the waters. Like the same people who are out today saying you shouldn't be worried about the 6th or whatever, trying to say, but you should be worried about the protests last year, even though this was a crowd ideologically in solidarity with each other, trying to break into a particular location to murder politicians and to destroy property. That's what they were trying to do.
Which, by the way, is the legal definition of terrorism.
That's what any of the protests were about last year. But of course, that is not true. These people were trying to murder the cops. They were trying to beat the cops to death. Nobody at the Black Lives Matter protests were trying to do that. That's not at all what it was about. And I'm just so sick of it's worse than whataboutism. Because whataboutism is sort of, in a cowardly fashion, asking questions to distract from the topic. This is about, like, spinning this entire, like, narrative designed to erase what all of these different individuals and groups tried to do last year. And in the midst of it, you know, pretending that there can be some sort of consistency in your back the blue thing and being for law and order and doing 6 months of PR for people who tried to murder these cops.
Right.
In any event, we do have some other cops that I want to give you a bit of their testimony. So this morning, Sergeant Gannell of the U.S. Capitol Police also talked about what happened to him on the 6th, and here is some of what he had to say.
What we were subjected that day was like something from a medieval battle. We fought hand to hand, inch by inch, to prevent an invasion of the Capitol by a violent mob intent on subverting our democratic process. My fellow officers and I were committed to not letting any rioters breach the Capitol. It was a prolonged and desperate struggle. The rioters attempted to breach the Capitol were shouting, "Trump, send us." Pick the right side. We want Trump. I vividly heard officers screaming in agony and pain just an arm length from me. I didn't know at that time, but that was Officer Hodges. He's here today to testify. I too was being crushed by the rioters. I could feel myself losing oxygen and recall thinking to myself, this is how I'm going to die, defending this entrance.
So another cop who, he thought that was last moments, but there he's talking specifically about the pro-Trump chants, them saying choose the right side, like they are talking in the language of a coup. We're coming in, we want the defenders of democracy to join us so that we can succeed in overthrowing it. But again, Jason, you're supposed to ignore all of that. We don't know who politically these people were. I mean, God only knows. But the cops sure seem to know.
They did. My silence is saying 1,000 words. I mean, you have another, and I wasn't silent for long. That's not my nature.
That's true. It's still a record.
Yeah, it sure is. It's a cold word. Again, another person, John, that a first-hand account and saying the same thing, giving more behind the scenes of the scenes we saw to further corroborate what happened there, what went on, and I don't know, I don't have anything else to say that I haven't said already here or just on Twitter or anyplace else about this. That it's very indicative of the country we live in, and great point about it's worse than whataboutism. It's just there's just no. It's inhumane to me, and it's like,
yeah.
God,
Well,
I mean, what do you say? What do you say? What do you say?
Well, I mean, what I say is I instantly think, if you'd asked me 5 years ago if this were to happen, would they defend it? And I would say, well, I hope not. So now I wonder, what if they'd blown a big portion of the Capitol building up? What if they had killed 5 cops? What if they had killed Mike Pence? What line would you have to cross before Tucker Carlson wouldn't have done 6 months defending them? Is it any of those?
John, right,
I don't know.
You're right, and it's a shame. First, John, brilliant question, because I think that's where the rubber meets the road. But I would imagine, honestly, and here's how crappy of how down the gutter of my thought process is. Even let's say they did murder someone in Congress or someone in the executive branch that was super important. I mean, they're all important, but someone that was like really crucial to our American government. I still feel like they would media and these super against staunch supporters of their rhetoric would be like, well, you know what? He's just a casualty.
Yeah.
1, and then 2, they would still try to spin it and try to justify what happened. Mike Pence would have been, or anyone that would have been in time, that would have been like, well, you know, that's just what happens. You know, like it's for the greater good.
or like the worse the thing you have to cover for, well, then the worse the conspiracy theory needs to become to defend it. Like if Tucker Carlson spent a couple weeks saying the FBI did this and then moved on, he doesn't even talk about it anymore, and everybody's just like, oh, that was a fun thought experiment. I guess it didn't matter that he said the FBI caused it. Well, then if they killed Mike Pence, that's the FBI. Well, it's got to be the FBI now because they did something really bad, or it's somebody working for the CIA, or God only knows. They would come up with something to excuse it. They always will. And like, it's not like there's less call for political violence today than there was 6 months ago. Mm-hmm. I don't know where it's going to be, what it's going to look like, who are going to be the casualties, but they are going to kill politicians. And then we're going to have to do a show the next morning, talk about here's what Sean Hannity said to defend it. Here's, Tucker Carlson saying this is a distraction from the ruling class or whatever. We're going to have to do that. That's the job we're going to have to do because it's the country we unfortunately live in.
Right.
Now, really fast, a couple more details on Ganel. He's an immigrant from the Dominican Republic and a naturalized U.S. citizen. He said one of the Capitol rioters, quote, saw my skin color and said, you're not even an American. So that's fun. And then on Trump saying that the MAGA rioters were hugging and kissing the police, he said, quote, I'm still recovering from those hugs and kisses that day. If that was hugs and kisses, then we should all go to his house and do the same thing to him, which is fiery.
Yeah.
He's talking there about Trump, but yeah, they millions of people believe, yeah, it was just hugs and kisses. It was fine. Simultaneously, it was Antifa terrorists, and they were just doing hugs and kisses, whichever it needs to be at any given second for me to not have to think about the natural path that the political ideology I'm a part of is going toward. Anyway, look, we're going to have more on this. It's going to get even darker, and it's going to get even more racist. But we do have to take our first break. So we're going to do that, but stick around. A lot more really terrible footage coming up after this.
Sorry, I had stuff on my face.
It's okay. Anyway, hello, everybody. Welcome to the little social break we're having here. Man, isn't the news fun some days? Anyway, let's see what's going on out there. Okay, I think this is on YouTube. Non-Human Humanist says, Jason is such an awesome person. He's giving everyone a great time.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. I'm glad I could be a sense of light for you guys today.
Thank you. You are. Yeah, the funny thing is you talked in that segment about, not being like swayed emotionally, and I get what you mean, but I wouldn't have guessed that because you always seem so optimistic. You seem to be driven by, you've got like a little bit of it's not the same vibe, but a little bit of the Ted Lasso thing. You just seem to keep centered positive emotions more than most people.
Hey, we've all had skid marks. It's a part of growing up. That's from Ted Lasso.
Oh, I don't remember that line.
It's in the promo for season 2.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I haven't watched season 2 yet. I know it's been out for a few days. But
Our producer Sophie got it. She got it. She was like, "Yeah, Jay, I got you." Okay, it is kind of gross, but I got it.
Jeez, I will say that there is now I went on eBay and I got a replica of his Believe sign, and it's in my writing hut above the door.
Nice.
But anyway, Daedalus, thank you for becoming a Tier 1 member over on YouTube. I appreciate that. Tahira just said on Twitch, hey, John and Jason, great coverage of a horrific subject. Thank you. We're trying. It's always, I don't know.
I'm glad, John, but here's the thing. I'm glad that, not that I'm glad that these two officers were able to have their testimony, because I'm not glad that what has happened to them, but I'm glad that they're able to, as I said, that they are the face that we can see this, right? And it's going to resonate with someone. The people that are the loudest are a small sample that we're hearing from the most because they have the bigger platforms like the Tucker Carlsons and whatnot. But there's a whole swath of people who are like, whoa, right, that hearing these testimonies will change not only what they thought about January 6th, but also what they thought about a lot of things that may have been wrong about groups of people, about politics, about COVID, maybe, who knows? So I think there may be a silver lining there.
I hope some people are watching. I hope, but we'll see. We're going to see tomorrow. Big News Wednesday with J.R. Jackson is going to be the first post primetime Fox News night. We're going to see what they said. We're going to show you video in a little bit of Harry Dunn. Tucker Carlson 2 weeks ago already started the attacks against Harry Dunn. Wait until you see this video, and then you tell me what Tucker Carlson is going to say about him later tonight. So we'll see. Anyway, Derpy Dino says, I want to make an apology for people in Central Ohio. I work for Amazon, and one of our warehouse's power was knocked out. A semi slammed through a transformer, and I can't stop laughing. That sounds incredibly dangerous. Hopefully everyone is okay. Okay, Zombol says, all the GOP response is like a fighter jet deploying flares and chaff. It's just radar or infrared noise to confuse missile tracking. In short, it's a desperate panic, last-ditch defense. Sure, I don't know about the last ditch, because they've been doing that for a long time, but I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
Carrie Venus, thank you for your super sticker. Much appreciated. Jay Fergie says, Skater Dragon, wondering if the right will respond to the officers fearing for their lives the same as AOC fearing for hers. They're not that awful, right? Hi, Jason.
Hi.
Yeah, they're going to mock the cops for being worried about their impending death. And that seems crazy. That seems impossible. They're going to find a way. Grift finds a way to twist the Jurassic Park thing. Another name says, what line would it have to be crossed for it to be an issue? Great question, John. Also, good thoughts from Carter. Thank you. Much appreciated. And more news coming up after this. Okay, so our first segment had some rough footage. In some ways, it might even get a little bit harder to watch as we launch into this next section. Officer Harry Dunn was testifying
they're
before
still
Congress
covering it.
this
Yeah,
morning,
it will
and
get
he had a
harder to
lot
watch.
say, including the clear racial element in the mob that attacked the Capitol. Let's take a look.
I told them to just leave the Capitol, and in response they yelled, "No, man, this is our house. President Trump invited us here. We're here to stop the steal. Joe Biden is not the president. Nobody voted for Joe Biden. I'm a law enforcement officer, and I do my best to keep politics out of my job. But in this circumstance, I responded. Well, I voted for Joe Biden. Does my vote not count? Am I nobody?" That prompted a torrent of racial epithets. One woman in a pink MAGA shirt yelled, "You hear that, guys? This nigger voted for Joe Biden." Then the crowd, perhaps
Good
around 20
gods,
people,
yeah, it hurts every time I
joined in
hear it.
screaming,
Jesus.
"Boo, fucking nigger."
Wow.
No one had ever called me a nigger while wearing the uniform of a Capitol Police officer. In the days following the attempted insurrection, other black officers shared with me their own stories of racial abuse on January 6th. One officer told me he had never, and in his entire 40 years of life, been called a nigger to his face, and that streak ended on January 6th. Yet another black officer later told me he had been confronted by insurrectionists in the Capitol who told him, "Put your gun down and we'll show you what kind of nigger you really are." To be candid, the rest of the afternoon is a blur.
Yeah, sort of understandably.
Yeah.
Jason?
One, I'm glad that C-SPAN allowed for that officer to say verbatim what happened to him without bleeping him, without him being preempted, without any kind of editing, because that is the country we are living in, right? That's real. Those filthy people thought they had that they could disrespect someone who has given their life to protect and serve at all costs, right? And he said, beyond. I mean, I've been called the N-word a lot in my life, so to me, it's like, that's all you got. That's the best you can do. I mean, just don't call me ugly. Call me whatever you want. Just don't call me ugly. That's a fight. But
oh my God.
For him to say, in all my years on the force in uniform, I've never been called that. And this was someone who also had his physical life in jeopardy. But listening to the intonation and the tone, him being called that word pierced him to his soul. You could just tell by the way he is present in what happened, revisiting, being re-traumatized yet again about what happened on January 6th. So I'm glad that mainstream media outlet didn't mince words. They said, this is the good, the bad, not even the good, this is the bad, the ugly, the very ugly, and the Medusa ugly of all of this.
Exactly.
And for those that are watching, because we have a huge audience here. Not everyone is a hater or a troll, but for those that are watching that are still saying that racism doesn't exist, that the MAGA people they're not racist. They just believe in capitalism and all these things. There's your proof from the horse's mouth, from a stable of horses. Racism is alive and well in the United States, folks. Racism is alive and well on the right.
Yeah. Yeah, and look, it's clear that they're not just racist. They're perfectly willing to murder white cops too, but they're definitely racist. You don't, yeah, I don't there's not a lot of people in the MAGA crowd that's like, it disheartens me that these people, these brothers in arms politically, sometimes say things that are racially insensitive. I wish that we would evolve in that way. That's not going on at these marches and these crowds, unfortunately. And so I agree with Jason, totally right. Like, that C-SPAN not censoring it is so important for people to understand how raw, how ugly it is, especially, and we'll see if they end up seeing it, but those who've, gone through more than 6 months of stuff like this from Tucker Carlson. There's no evidence that white supremacists were responsible for what happened on January 6th. That's a lie. Month after month after month, broadcast after broadcast after broadcast to millions of viewers, denying that there was any racial angle to any of it, despite the shirts, the pro-Holocaust shirts and things like that. Yeah, there's just nothing. It's just people who disagree a little bit or whatever, and they're probably Antifa anyway. No, we know who they were. We know what they came to do, and Harry Dunn was a very important part of people getting that message. The power of what Harry Dunn said, his ability to make the case, is the reason that Tucker Carlson launched the preemptive war against him. And that war, bet every dollar you have, will continue later on tonight. And we're going to see just how ugly the counter-strike against Harry Dunn is going to be later tonight on Fox.
And how could... I understand a job's a job. Tucker Carlson, it's paid millions of dollars. He's a very prominent face of Fox News. But as a journalist, as someone your job is to report the news factually, and to have, we love sources like a Harry Dunn that we can go to, who was boots on the ground, experienced exactly what happened on January 6th, and can get their first-hand account. That's great for news outlets because that's what we want. We want to report the news, and that is news. So for Tucker Carlson to go on national TV and to ignore that, if Tucker Carlson was worth his salt as a journalist, he would invite Harry Dunn on and have a dialogue with that person, with Harry Dunn on air, versus wasting time, looking like an idiot, acting like this hasn't happened. That to me is good journalism. That to me, I don't watch Fox News. Tucker Carlson's neither here nor there for me. I prefer Megyn Kelly on Fox News, but she's now, I don't know what Megyn Kelly's doing these days. She's a podcast, I think. Right. She was YouTube. Now she's a podcaster. Wow. Yeah. Fall from grace. But
not far enough.
Not far enough. Yeah. But shout out to podcasters, but not Megyn Kelly. But Tucker Carlson, as a journalist, you need to, instead of trying to be a puppet for your employer, which I guess he has to be, why don't you do the right thing and do the right thing? So I'm excited to see what you say tonight too.
We'll see. I could be wrong. Maybe he wants to bring Harry Dunn on so he can attack him. I sort of doubt it, though. He doesn't. He brings on people who will help him to make the case, that will push for what he wants politically. We saw, who was the economist from Denmark years ago? If you come on and you disagree with him, if you being there doesn't help him advance the narrative, you don't come back on. That's not what happens. So Harry Dunn is not going to back down from Tucker Carlson's attacks. And I think Tucker Carlson gets that, so I doubt that any invitation has been offered. I could be wrong. We'll see, but I sort of doubt it.
I doubt it too. Fox News, what was their slogan? I'm not sure it's that anymore. Fair and balanced news. Anything but fair and balanced.
100%.
Joke.
Yeah. Okay, let's go to one more of these videos. DC police officer Daniel Hodges was one of the last that we were able to watch before going live this morning, and he had among the darker experiences to relate about what happened on the 6th. Here it goes.
I attempted to rip the baton from my hands, and we wrestled for control. I retained my weapon after I pushed him back. He yelled at me, "You're on the wrong team." Cut off from our leadership, which is at the front of our formation, we huddled up and assessed the threats surrounding us. One man tried and failed to build a rapport with me, shouting, "Are you my brother?" Another takes a different tack, shouting, "You will die on your knees."
They weren't violent. They stayed within the lines. They were like tourists. We have senators who are still saying that and will still say that after watching cop after cop after cop say, these people were saying they were going to kill me. They were trying to kill me. They did serious damage to me. Tomorrow, senators in the the most distinguished deliberative body in the history of world governments will say, no, they were just there, taking a look at things. They were tourists. It's not a big deal. Why are you worried about this?
Right. I mean,
by the way, I believe, really fast, I believe he was the cop. There's the video of him being crushed by the door in the doorway. I believe Daniel Hodges was the officer in that video.
More video, right? Cell phone activism at its finest right here.
Yeah.
But no, we need more proof. We have, okay, so we have cops on the stand, emotional, distraught. We have video, we have audio. No, now we need for God to descend upon the earth and to completely, like, I don't know, glamour us like they did on what's that, the vampire show on HBO with Suki Waterhouse.
True Blood.
True Blood, glamour us and make us, like, see everything and compel us. No, the proof is there. The proof is there. And, I will say this. Hopefully, forget Tucker Carlson, forget the media. Hopefully, justice will prevail in the legal system. Hopefully, people will be held accountable there, John. I feel like that's that's the last frontier, and it's not much of a frontier, but that is the last frontier for accountability and culpability.
Yeah, and some have. We'll see how it proceeds. A country should be able to look at an event like that and draw something like the right conclusions from it, and we're going to see if that's what we get in 10 years. What will people think when they think of January 6th? If they think of it at all. We're deciding right now what that's going to look like. Okay, we are the Daily Stefanik. We're gonna get to the counterattack tomorrow. I'm done with it for now. So we're gonna take a short break. When we come back, the Olympics is on. We're gonna really switch it up tone-wise and launch into some of the developments on the Olympics before getting to other political news. So consider this the thing to wipe the taste from your mouth of the awful political violence we have in this country. We're going to take a break. We'll be back in just a few. Okay, everybody. Thank you for being here. By the way, it's Sookie Stackhouse, Jason. Sookie Waterhouse. Do you even pop culture?
The model. I know, she's a model. Listen, I was put on the spot. It's really hot. I'm sweating. I can't be held accountable for what comes out of my mouth when I'm like 101 degrees Florida. I'm sorry. But Sookie Stackhouse and Bill. Yeah. Bill, I love you, Bill. Bill, don't do it.
I thought that was her. That was Anna Paquin right there. No, I really like that show. I kind of want to watch it again. Anyway, it also has one of the great TV themes. I love that theme song. Anyway. Okay, let's see what's going on out there in the audience. First of all, Z Huddle over on Twitch, thank you for gifting a tier 1 sub. I saw that. Thank you. Rebel Mitch subscribed for the 13th month, says, woohoo, lucky 13. Thank you for being here. Okay, NZ Cassie subscribed for 5 months, says, love TDR. When the world opens up again, John and this must have been from yesterday. It says, John and Franny, you should come visit New Zealand. A place to stay and crazy hobbit adventures aplenty. I would love to see New Zealand and Australia. Australia's probably in like my top 3 places I'd like to go. And if I could hop on over to New Zealand while I'm there, I'd like to do that as well. Okay, CarpODB says BLM was trying to not be killed by cops. 1-6 was trying to kill cops. They're not the same. 100%.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so like, I don't know. There's just gonna be nonsense, grifty BS saying that like if you care about the fact that these right wingers are trying to kill this cop, that you're pro cop or whatever. Like, get some nuance, get some context. Seriously, like having to do this career thing that we do with having people who are also doing it who are basically babies intellectually can be really annoying. We can look at a situation, we can figure out the actual facts of it, and we can respond accordingly. Being guided by our values. We can do that. I think we can do that. Anyway, Zephyr subscribed for 9 months over on Twitch. Very much appreciated. Diamond Joker gifted 5 tier 1 subs. Thank you, Diamond Joker. How nice of you. BC Trumpet gifted 2. BC Trumpet, you're the best. Thank you so much. Over on Twitch, over on hashtag TDR Live, I should say, over on Twitter, Eclectic Miscellaneous says, some insurrectionists helped protect this cop. As bad as most MAGA folks are, all aren't completely lost. If we can get them out of the Fox News echo chamber, they could go back to being regular conservatives, or at least realize that a coup doesn't protect the country. Yes, that is an important thing to point out. It isn't much of a silver lining that they were willing to go there and attack the Capitol, but didn't want to personally kill a cop. But it is still something that is good. Thank you, Eclectic. I appreciate that. Dissidaling subscribed for 4 months and said, Dichi, sorry. Dichi Darling, even spelled it for me. Says, Jason, you could never be called ugly. You're always glowing.
Ah, thanks. It's the humidity. And this filter, this Skype filter.
What's wrong with Sophie? Is his filter not great? His lighting is better than mine. Mine is too harsh.
It's natural.
I'm just gonna say it.
Guys, look, I'm in front of. Look, let me give the audience a view of what's happening outside. Look, I'm in front of a window, everyone, like overlooking a pond, which is really peaceful, by the way. It's very zen. Yeah. But yeah, I'm back, guys. I'm back.
Okay. So those doors are open, which means it is unlikely but not impossible that an alligator could come walking into his living room any second. It happens.
Or a huge iguana, aka monitor lizard, because they are an invasive species here in Florida. And 2 fell from the open air conditioner vent yesterday. Like just hi guys, I'm here.
They were trying to break into your house.
I know.
Anyway, we gotta get back to the news. We only got a couple seconds, but we'll talk about it later on. Don't worry, we'll be back up to this. Anyway, there you are. Hello, everyone. Thank you for being here. It's me, Johnny Derola, and Jason Carter. Let's jump into some very different news. Unfortunate news for the Olympics this morning. Simone Biles had to withdraw from the women's team gymnastic final in the Olympics. It is obviously bad news for her many fans. Women's gymnastics is generally one of the sports people most look forward to. She is one of the most accomplished, if not the most accomplished women's gymnasts in the history of the sport. So it was sad to see it. We want to give you the details, though. While performing her Aminar vault during the first rotation of the team competition, she only managed 1.5 rotations and landed awkwardly, prompting gasps from onlookers. She exited the competition after the vault and headed off the floor with a team doctor. She came back to the arena, hugged her teammates, and watched the rest of the competition in her warm-up uniform. At the time, there was a statement saying from USA Gymnastics saying she had to withdraw due to a medical issue. She will be assessed daily to determine medical clearance for future competitions. Now, she has since said that I just didn't want to go on after that performance. I'm just dealing with things internally that will get fixed in the next couple of days. No injury, thankfully. It's been really stressful, this Olympic Games. I think we're just a little bit too stressed out, but we should be out here having fun, and sometimes that's not the case. She later on said there's more to life than just gymnastics. So initially they'd made it seem as if she had injured herself in the vault. It apparently was not the case. But she, at least for now, will not be competing. There is, of course, also the individual all around. There are the individual event competitions that'll be taking place. No word yet that I have found about whether she will be competing in those. But Jason, what are your thoughts?
I mean, look, Simone Biles said it, quoting her, the weight of the world is on her shoulders. This is someone who is very decorated as a gymnast. This is the Olympics. Of course, last year in 2020, they were postponed because of the pandemic. 4 years is a long time to be training for this. Also, she is, every Olympiad has the story, the stars. In 96, Atlanta, Carrie Strug, the Atlanta Six. Every single Olympiad has that one person, Michael Phelps. The list goes on and on that you're watching for, right? They become the stories, the celebrities, the narrative for the U.S. Beyond the scandal that Team USA Gymnastics has had, with the inappropriate behavior of the past, gymnastics has always been something that has been at the forefront for the Olympics. That's what we watch. That's prime time. That's great TV. And Simone Biles is young, and also she's at a space in her life where, she has the medals, but she's realizing, much like Naomi Osaka, who talked about mental health, that's important, right? The pandemic, John, and everyone watching, people can stop and say, hey, I wasn't affected by that. But we all were affected in some way, shape, or form, even world-class athletes. And as someone who's been training for 5 years now to be here in Tokyo, which is a really weird experience watching the Olympics now because there's no audience. The fanfare is not there. The news is constantly saying, oh my, it's a $20 billion failure. That affects an athlete. And she's like, I didn't have the best performance and I don't owe anyone anything, right? I don't owe you guys anything. I'm a human being. Let me live. So I commend Simone. And I think it's funny how USA Gymnastics, of course, the PR team had to make sure they were ready with that statement.
Yeah.
That was in alignment with what you would say. And Simone's like, skirt, hard swerve, pivot, full stop. Nope, that's not what we're doing. And
she's honest.
Yeah, she's honest.
Yeah.
And I appreciate that. No one's going to take away from her. Even if she doesn't do well this Olympiad, no one's going to take away from who she is in sports history. And
yeah, she's already had all those wins.
I mean, now this is just like, okay, cool, fine. What's another gold medal when I have 4 other ones? What's another gold medal when I'm in the Guinness Book of World Records at such a young age and I've changed the game of the sport?
Exactly. Yeah. She doesn't owe it to anyone. Nobody can touch her. Literally, she'll just flip over you or whatever. If she doesn't want to compete, she doesn't have to. And there's others on the team who will. I'm glad that you brought up the Carrie Strug thing on social media. Many people were using the experience of Carrie Strug back in 1996 to attack Simone Biles. First of all, as a person who watched that Olympics, that's what got me into Olympics and gymnastics. Screw you. Right. Don't get Carrie Strug's name out of your mouth, first of all. Second of all, it's weird to use that as so you should hurt yourself because someone else did. So first of all, there's people are helping to add the context. She didn't have to. She was forced into it by Bella Caroli because he couldn't do the math to know that they'd already won the gold. She didn't need to do the second vault. And then also, of course, she was carried off and then handed to Larry Nassar. So that time was dark. Okay, let's not say that women should be obligated to be in the sort of situation they were in then. Anyway, especially because Simone Biles, I believe, is one of those who's talked about the legacy of abuse in her own experience. So she can do whatever the hell she wants, honestly. And the rest of the team is amazing. I'm not going to talk about the results because I have this really weird attachment to not having things spoiled. I know some people are going to watch it later. But anyway, they got a great team. Don't worry about it. Okay, with that, you want to turn to some good news?
Let's pivot.
Okay, let's do that. So, yesterday on the show, we talked about the fact that the Philippines, for the first time in 97 years, got a gold medal. They had a weightlifter who got a gold medal. That was awesome. In the U.S., the first ever individual foil gold medal. A woman got that. And now, today, with a population of just 63,000, Bermuda has become the smallest nation or territory to win an Olympic gold medal for the first time again in about 100 years. Flora Duffy clinched the victory for the British Island Territory in women's individual triathlon, a grueling race made up of open water swimming for nearly a mile, biking almost 25 miles, and running 4.6 miles, or what I would call just death 3 ways. But anyway, she did it and got the gold. She crossed the finish line with a time of 1 hour, 55 minutes, 36 seconds, I believe. More than a minute ahead of second place finisher, Georgia Taylor Brown of Great Britain. The American won the bronze in that.
Bermuda's
the second Olympic medal of any kind, by the way, for Bermuda. Isn't that amazing? Since 1976.
Her workout consists of her just running around the island for a day. You know what I mean? She swam around the
whole thing.
Yeah, I mean, that's a walk in the park for her. Hell, I'll do that at the Olympics. That's what I do every day. I get up, I run around the island, I swim around the island, and I'm done. Just kidding. No, congratulations. So, John, I know you're a huge fan of the Olympics. I too. I'm more of a winter Olympics kind of guy. I remember getting into the one Olympics I remember the most was '88 Seoul, Korea, and then when I was 12 for Barcelona 1992. I just remember just the stories and just how magical the Olympics are because they come once every 4 years. You have the logo, the how the IOC selects the city 7 years before, and just it's the bidding process. It's all so magical and powerful. And now thinking about Tokyo, which I think this is the second time that Tokyo's had the Olympics. I could be wrong. No, I'm sorry, Beijing had it twice, winter and summer. But this year just feels off for me. It just feels off. It feels like
everything is off. But, they're still trying. I've been watching a lot of different sports I've never watched before. it's still fun. You know, it's not the exact same thing, but it can't be, and it's not on the athletes. You know, I think there is still a magic to it, and it is that, like, none of us generally get experiences like this. Like, you work and you do all that stuff, but it's not all leading up to this one huge thing. We like that, the crystallization of so much work, getting to see it. And so, yeah, congratulations to the athlete from Burkina.
You said the crystallization, John. I mean, just the vocab, John. You're otherworldly, brother. In 1990,
I should get the gold medal in that.
Right? Yeah, you should. You should definitely, because like crystallization. I mean, the words you use are just like, pow. In 2004, I think 2003, Muhammad Ali ran the Olympic torch. Came through Albuquerque for Athens, because 2004 games were in Athens, and I just remember the city because they ran through Route 66, and that goes through Albuquerque, New Mexico. And I just remember such a moment, right? Like, it's like Halley's Comet. You're never going to experience that ever again in your life. And it's just so magical. And it's funny how when you're younger, 4 years seems like a long time, right? 4 years, like, oh my God, we got to wait another 4 years for the Olympics. But now it's just...
It does come.
Right.
It does come. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, well, let's unfortunately end on a down note. Not everyone is feeling the magic of the Olympics. Some who call themselves patriots, they love to pretend that they're all about the country. Rah, rah, America's number one. They kind of prefer when America's not number one. And here, I'm not talking about Trump, who's like on a week-long thing attacking the Olympics, although there will be a bit of this here. Newsmax, they are trying to line up behind Trump in attacking U.S. Olympic athletes, as you'll see. We did not have it? Well, that's going to hurt the story. Okay, so here's what happened. The stage is set. It's Newsmax. There's some red, white, and blue. And he comes up and says, woke is bad. Anyway, I got nothing then in that. So anyway, let's move on to just give you a little bit of an update on what's going on actually in Tokyo. This won't be a full story, but you should know that they were worried about COVID being spread if the Olympics went on, and whether it's caused by that or not, COVID is spreading. They just reported 2,848 new cases of COVID-19 in Tokyo, specifically breaking a previous record set in January. And so that, to put it in perspective, that is right around or slightly higher than what we have in LA County. And I think of it as being really bad in LA County. And there, they only have about 25.5% of the country's population being vaccinated. 36% have had one dose. So it kind of feels like a little bit of the predictions are coming true. Although, again, we can't say to what extent the Olympics specifically is responsible for it, Jason.
Well, right. I mean, people are going to... You can't until people are automatically going to assume, because this is like a huge gathering, if you will, of people. It's a huge event. People are going to be flocking to try to see these things at the Olympics or at the hands of all this. But question for you, and question for the viewers, like... Why are people not, this is probably the dumbest question I'm going to ask for 2021, but why are people not getting vaccinated? I don't get it. I understand fear of needles. I have a fear of needles. I cried at Publix here. My husband had to hold my hand. I'm 41 years old. Really, what's going on? But why are people not?
Well, so obviously it's complex even in the U.S., but in a lot of these other countries, they can't get enough of them. Countries like the U.S. and other wealthy countries are the ones who have the pads. They're producing it and they're buying up international supplies. So I can't say for sure. It's possible there's some anti-vax sentiment in Japan that I don't know about. But in a lot of these countries, it's just not available. Like I saw a report, Namibia has had one dose, according to a report that I saw so far. And there's tons of people that would love to have it. They just literally can't get it. It's not available. And remember, there was this push to get a patent waiver for international production of the vaccine, and enough countries, including the U.S., didn't support it. So there's not the waiver. They can't produce their own vaccines, and so they're basically just held hostage, just waiting until eventually the supplies are available. And right now they're not. Wow. But anyway, that is all the time we have for the Linear Hour. So thank you, everybody, who joined us for that. There is a lot of other news coming. So if you're on Twitch or YouTube, don't go anywhere. We're going to take a short break, and we'll be right back after this.
Seriously though, like, the Damage Report is one of my favorite news programs on the TYT network. Mostly because they speak their mind a bit more freely on that program. Yeah? And yeah, I just swirl killed him with his own aura. That's the build I'm going with. Or the Anima Traveler, anyway. I have to get one of the purple ones. And then I can try to... Then I can try to forge the,
Hey everybody, welcome back to the show. Little technical issues there, but we've got a lot more news to get to. Turns out we produced too much, so let's see what we can do. But before we get to that, I did want to let you know about a few things that are coming up, including the fact that Indisputable will be coming up in about a little bit less than 30 minutes. You've got not only Dr. Rashad Ritchie, you also have Adrian Lawrence, his co-host on Tuesdays. Michael Loftus will be on for debate, and all of that is available at youtube.com/indisputablety coming up right after the Damage Report. Another reminder that this Thursday, 12 p.m. Pacific Time, 3 p.m. Eastern Time, will be our monthly live Q&A for our Tier 3 members on YouTube. We always have a lot of fun. There's a great group that gathers once a month for that. If you'd like to take part, you can either upgrade your membership or become a member at Tier 3 on YouTube, which would then also get you access to the emojis, the badge, the top 10 lists every week, and all of that as well. Also, realized I forgot to do the poll earlier. So, hey, we have a poll for the January 6th thing. So, Liz Cheney was talking about doing subpoenas. Do you think that the House Select Committee will actually subpoena Trump? That poll is available at tyt.com/polls. If you'd like to go and vote, will they actually pull the trigger on a subpoena of the former president? I want to see what you all think. Sometimes I think I have a good idea. In this case, I honestly am not sure. So let's see what happens. Over the Super Chats, DH says, and good for Simone for standing up for herself and being a leader by shining a light on self-care. I agree. If this week is going to have a self-care and mental wellness champion, I'd prefer it be Simone Biles over Meghan McCain's thing yesterday. So,
I mean,
let's
yeah.
see. We should have
thank
done a poll
God.
on that. Anyway, Franklin Sharpslicer says, finally the open spigot reveals the group being openly bigots, no matter how it twistas their racist brothers and sisters. Jesus. May they sit in fumes and vapors and only have scratchy toilet papers.
Hey, we love bars. Bars on bars on. Drake would be proud.
Jeez. Amber Smith says, support water protectors by stopline3.org. Thank you. Important people stay focused on that. Birdie the Kiwi Dragon says, hi, John and Jason. The mean criticism is similar to what the England team had to endure when they lost the Euro Cup finals, but each of these athletes can easily best any of us. Agreed.
Yep.
And May Money in the Building says, Jason, I love your energy. Hey, John, unfortunately, I'm not watching the Olympics because of the soul cap situation. As a dope black swimmer, I can't. Sad. I get it. And look, there's other reasons people are protesting it too. I understand. Okay, so with that, I think it's time. Why don't we jump back into another story? Everyone is waiting to find out what's going to drop when it comes to Matt Gaetz. And while we're waiting, what has dropped are some TikTok videos. In fact, from apparently the sister of his fiance. So this is Roxanne Lucky, who is sister to Ginger Lucky, the still fiance of Matt Gaetz, as he's potentially facing charges for sex trafficking and possibly pedophilia. So she had quite a bit to say about her experiences with Matt Gaetz and other people Matt Gaetz had talked to about her. I'm going to let her explain it in this video.
I also want to clarify that this is a very long story that I'm going to have to sum up very quickly. And I also want to put it out there that this is from my point of view. There's two sides to every story, and I acknowledge that. But this is what I experienced. So last summer when I was living in DC and interning there, basically, Matt had just started dating my sister, and he had a friend that I had met and kind of knew that was around Matt's age, had a kid, had been divorced, and this guy kept telling me, like, oh, Matt told me I should ask you out, like, that we'd be great together, yada, yada, and I would just make jokes and be like, haha, like, I'm 19, like, that's weird, and I just thought he was kind of joking, and then he definitely, like, started being more vocal and saying creepy things and being like, I had a boyfriend at the time. He's like, oh, when you break up with your boyfriend, let me know, and so you can have a real man. Just creepy stuff. And he later like texted me and was like, oh, sorry about what I said. I just wanted to get Matt off my back. Like, Matt told me I should ask you out, yada, yada, yada. So I decided to confront Matt about it and be like, hey, why were you telling your friend to ask me out and be like, that's just weird and creepy. So come Thanksgiving, when I finally had the chance to see him face to face, I was straight up with him and I was like, what is up with this? Why did your friend say this? Very much was like, wanted to hear his side of the story, and he just immediately got so defensive, started yelling at me and my mom. He called me a narcissist, was just 1,000% gaslighting me. I literally was just like standing there asking him, like, are you gonna listen to what I have to say? And he went full lawyer on me, like, I don't have to listen to you, I don't have to answer your questions, whatever.
Not a good look, Matt.
So, she went on
Not
to
a
call
good
him
look.
Creepy and a literal pedophile, although she then finessed it to the ephebophile or whatever term they use to segment out types of pedophiles or whatever. But she has more that we'll get to. Jason, what'd you think about she's spent time with him and apparently guys he knows.
Yeah, God, I love flippant sister-in-law story time. I love it. I mean, it's so good. You know, and God bless Gen Z. God bless these kids for taking to TikTok, the tick of the talk, to really let people have it. Her and Claudia Conway are probably best friends, kikiing, just giving all the tea of what goes on in their dysfunctional households. But where there's smoke, there's fire. And, you know, of course, Matt, I love how she said Matt Gaetz went all full lawyer on me, trying to gaslight me. Good for you using the word gaslighting. Again, the kids know what's up.
They do.
But where there's smoke, there's fire. And if you listen to all of it, there's nuance there. There isn't it would be different if she was trying to make this up as she went along. And it's really hard to piece together a story like that as nuanced as what she's saying. So, of course, I mean, and more, this is very serious, what she's saying, at least for her. This has affected her in some way, shape, or form. But she's now Roxanne's now 20 years old. She's a young woman who's like, this is what's going on, you guys. This is what's happened. And she's been around him enough to also highlight different accounts of what she called, in her own words, creepiness. So,
I am going to go ahead and extend the stream one more hour because I'm
God help you.
Going to get this tooth, and I'm going to do alchemy stuffs.
Yeah, and
I'm going to do it.
Like, nothing that she is saying about him, you know, is on the level of like the stuff he's being accused of. It's not illegal. It's just
creepy.
Like, if she was interested in dating roughly 40-year-old friends of congressmen, then she could do that. She's 18 or whatever. She's working on Capitol Hill. But like, when you're sending them to go to her, that seems a little bit worse. Again, not illegal like the other things he's being accused of, but she's spent time with him. She knows his relationship with her sister, so it's a bit of a personal view into it. She's not specifically alleging illegal acts, and nothing that she says there we can confirm 100%, although her social media from the time after last Thanksgiving does confirm that she had some sort of conversation, like she had posts about that. But anyway, I wanted to give you a response from some of the people involved in the story. Ginger Lucky, the fiance of Matt Gaetz, her sister says, Matt and I are enjoying our engagement and are deeply in love. My estranged sister is mentally unwell. She has been in therapy for years, and our family hopes that after receiving inpatient mental health treatment, she will overcome the tendency she has repeatedly shown to engage in destructive behavior. I don't know to what extent, if at all, that is true.
Yeah, and how, you know, John, that's really crappy. I mean, look, of course, you know, the family's going to try to discredit. I wonder what the conversation is at the dinner table with those two sisters. But to get worse. Yeah, and to say that, oh, she's mentally unstable, and to really paint people who are suffering with mental health issues as unstable, erratic, violent, even. That's a low blow. Again, all of this is alleged. All this is alleged.
Totally.
We don't know what is truth, but this is also very adjacent onto the path of of what he's being accused of, right? Hearing this doesn't sound surprising, even though it is alleged. It does not sound surprising at all. And again, as you said before, and as Roxanne said in her video, she has spent a lot of time with him, and also was privy to other environments that enter a whole different set of dynamics that still had this type of behavior occurring in, right, on the Hill, and then also personally, whatever within their home or wherever else that took place at. So, I stand by where there's smoke, there's fire. But again, this is all alleged.
It is, yes. Some people are pointing out that the Ginger Lucky statement about Roxanne would seem to violate her HIPAA rights. It doesn't, although it is definitely revealing like private information about her mental health and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So that's weird. Also, a little bit worried that the earlier tweet from the U.S. Olympic Committee about Simone Biles being injured might violate her HIPAA rights. Anyway, everybody needs to be more worried about violating HIPAA rights. So Roxanne Lucky didn't respond to a request for comment, and a spokesperson for Gates said the congressman supports his fiance and her statement.
The purple tooth. Purple tooth.
Okay, so yeah, I get that you will. I don't think that's what they wanted this statement on. You're the creep, man. This isn't about you're making this about your fiance? Yeah, what she did seems really bad too. But she's not a human trafficker, at least. Dude, answer for your own crimes. Don't hide behind the family drama you're causing, you creep.
Yeah, creep. Well,
Anyway.
hey, in the words of Roxanne Lucky, he tried to lawyer me. That's what he's doing in that statement. Lawyering,
Gaslighting.
spinning, gaslighting.
1000% gaslighting. That's the name of the episode. Anyway, okay, let's move on to other news. Okay. Gonna be a big old change. Really creepy report coming out from the Tampa Bay Times, who looked into what the Pasco Sheriff's Office is doing as a result of letters that the Sheriff's Office sent out to some people living in the area. We're going to show you a bit of the letter. Let's bring it up, and I'm going to read little sections. So it starts off, greetings. We are pleased to inform you that you have been selected to participate in a prolific offender program run by the Sheriff's Office. The program provides you with an opportunity to receive assistance from the Sheriff's Office, who will work to help you identify and overcome barriers that have hindered you in your life's journey. So they talk about some of the things that might make life more difficult. They say, you may wonder why you were enrolled in this program. You were selected as a result of an evaluation of your recent criminal behavior using an unbiased, evidence-based risk assessment overseen by Tom Cruise, designed to identify prolific offenders in your community. If you refrain from criminal activity over the next 2 years, your prolific offender designation will be removed, and those creepy cyber cops will stop stalking your every move. So, this is what they're doing. They have some sort of like algorithm that is hoping to screw the people of Pasco over worse than the algorithm screws us over on YouTube every day. They have these lists. So Tampa Bay Times has looked into it. They say the Sheriff's Office creates lists it considers likely to break the law based on criminal history, social networks, and other unspecified intelligence. The agency sends deputies to their homes, not just the letters. They send people to them, often without a search warrant or probable cause. This is just pre-crime. That's all it is. Stuff, and based on your tweet,
John,
and
you
not
took,
like
go. No. Minority Report down. Tom Cruise. Yes, you took the words right out of my mouth. I want to be one of the twins in the movie. And of course, it's happening in Tampa, home of the strip mall. Like, what great? I do apologize. The Buccaneers did win the Super Bowl this year. Okay, my bad.
That's true.
They did win the Super Bowl. This is creepy. Like you all of a sudden you come home, you go to your mailbox. Back in 2013, you had a 520 credit score, and you also didn't pay for the extra guac at Chipotle. And then it's all of a sudden now you're being surveilled. There's a black van across the street that's there for days watching.
They're showing up at your house, and look. It's not like I'm going to try to play devil's advocate because I don't know, my mind works that way. Like, if you tweet, I'm going to kill the senator, okay, there should be an investigation of that probably to some extent. That happens. That the FBI watches out for things like that. Cops watch out for things like that. That is not what is going on here. This is taking like demographic data and extrapolating that you're likely to commit some crime. I don't know what. But something, and the stuff that's in the letter is bad enough, but I want you to know about one other thing that the Tampa Bay Times has found. So they found that the agency has a separate program that uses school children's grades, attendance records, and abuse histories to label them potential future criminals. So if they didn't show up to class, or if they've been abused, well, I don't know what crime they're going to commit, but it's definitely going to be something. So I want the cops to be on the lookout for these tiny little pre-criminals they're at recess right now, but they're going to be in the thick of the crime someday. This is so unacceptable. Don't you, Jason, I'm going to get out in front of this. Don't you dare imply that they have too much time on their hands, too much resources on their hands. They need every dollar so they can create a big pool of milk, and they can get some creepy twins to put in there and figure out what these little kids are going to do someday.
Little Timmy, him failing math, him missing, not thinking 2 + 2 = 5 is going to be the end of his life, as we know. Hell, then if this is the case, my ass should have been on death row years ago because I was terrible in school. I ditched every day, and I may have stolen a Snickers once upon a time from 7-Eleven. So I mean, hell, put me under the jail. Who's allowing this? What? This is dangerous. Okay, look, let's get serious, John. This is dangerous because also, okay, let's say that they're exacting this type of technology. They're using algorithms. You know, computers don't lie. They're now going to be able to manipulate the system to target only certain types of people. You know, this is I keep saying this is very Handmaid's Tale. What's happening right now is very Handmaid's Tale. Singling people out, they'll just trying to wheat trim the fat. That's what's going on with this, and it's crazy. Yeah. I know people are going to tweet me and be like, "Dude, you sound like an idiot. You know what are you talking about?" But go watch The Handmaid's Tale, read the book, and everything that's transpiring outside of this, in addition to women's rights and everything that's happening. Margaret Atwood, almost 40 years ago, predicted this would happen, and it's happening. So I don't know, but poor kids, man. God, all little Sarah wanted to do was just grow up and become and work at Hooters, and now that's not going to happen.
No. And if you say that you want to someday, that gets you on the list. Anyway, it's like people are saying it's like the school to prison pipeline, but like grease it. We want to get them faster, okay? We want this to be a direct line. It's a super highway to prison. And people are talking about they're asking questions about racial motivations. A quick Google shows it's 94% white in Pasco, but I have no idea what. I honestly don't know. But anyway, this is obviously not acceptable regardless of the motivations, and rest assured that if they can continue this, they will in other areas, and it'll be weaponized against non-white populations. Clearly, this is so unacceptable, and it's bizarre that it's not bigger news. I only know about it because I think it was Sophie. I think Sophie brought it to my attention. Insane.
It is insane.
But anyway, we do have, I think, time for one more story. Equally insane, if in a different way. So let's jump into this last one with the few minutes we have remaining. About a month ago in Buffalo, there was a shock primary win. India Walton, the first socialist to win a primary like that, to become mayor of a major city in literally decades. And it caused ripples through everything, leading some leftists to think, hey, wait, we can potentially win. We can do this. We can become mayors of cities. That's great. The ripples for some other people, not so positive. And they were affected by this seemingly, but not necessarily in a positive way, because now some in the Buffalo Common Council are studying a change to the city's form of government, which would abolish the office of mayor. So, what? She won the primary. The actual election isn't coming up until later. But they're talking some about making it so there isn't there any for this socialist to take over. University Councilman Rashid Wyatt says Buffalo is one of the poorest cities in the country, and it has been that way for more than 40 years. Wyatt says Buffalo should look at changing its form of governance, abolishing the office of mayor in favor of a city manager who answers to and is chosen by the city council. Under such a plan, a city manager would be selected by the 9-member council to carry out the will of the council members. So that's fun, Jason. If somebody wins an election, you don't like them, just get rid of the government.
Yeah, only in Buffalo. Just kidding. Now, Buffalo does have the best sauce to put on chicken wings, though. This is dumb. True. This is dumb. It is known. It is known, and it doesn't give you sting ring later. Some of the people who make up these stupid laws, I don't even know what they're thinking. But much like the Minority Report precog making children criminal, criminals in the future, this could very well happen. And also, it's not okay. Look, in Buffalo, they're saying that there's been this decades-long history of a decline of the way of life there, right? From housing to the economy and everything. But it's much like the United States. Things take time to fix, right? It's not like one person's able to swoop in, and there are people who are able to come in and make vast change very quickly. But it also depends on the type of change they're trying to make. You can't hold one person accountable and say, hey, it's their fault that the city's like this. No, it's a myriad of people's different faults. And you have to be realistic with this. This is not realistic at all, because now one person's going to speak on behalf. They're the mayor. That doesn't make any sense.
That's effectively what it would be.
Right.
Yeah. And look, there's reasons to believe that this won't happen. First of all, some members of the council or in state government are saying you can't do this. You can't just switch over to this. Even if it's going to take 9 months or 90 days, I should say, a report looking into what that process would look like, which puts it close enough to the election day that you wouldn't be able to get the referendum on in time anyway. Doesn't mean that they couldn't do it in the future if she were to become mayor. So I'm assuming this will not happen. But this is basically stuff like this has happened in a lot of parts of the country when Democrats have taken over as mayors and things like that, or as secretaries of state. Before they take over, the Republicans will remove the powers and responsibilities and authorities of those.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and take off. I have homework. I've gotten everything done that I wanted to get done today with this. Tomorrow, I will be streaming Genshin and also D&D. I don't know if I'm going to be doing it in the order on my schedule, or if I'm going to be doing it in reverse order, with Genshin stream being much later. Depends on whether or not I can mow. Because if I don't mow, I'm gonna get yelled at for not mowing. Yeah, it's bad. Anyway, ladies, gentlemen, everyone in between, everyone exempt, everyone floating violently between the extremes, be safe, be well.